I'm also on extended video. Yep, I'm on extended video. No, that's on 3.
Scotty, check 2. Check, check, check. All right, then. This is Jackson, or also known as Chewy, and we are EQing right now. Let's go. I'm just going to keep on talking. There's a man walking across the racetrack. Looks like he has to take a shit. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Scotty, check 1, 2. Boom, boom, boom. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Scotty, check 1, 2. How's that go? Yep, sounds good. Want to keep on checking? Yep, sure can. Okay. This is Ralph, check 1, 2. This is... Cool. Check 1, 2. Cool.
Arizona Bike Week.
We got a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona. Super Twins main event. Who's going to win it?
Meet your favorite riders. Feel the adrenaline rush. This is Progressive American Flat Track, the Arizona Super TT on Saturday, April 1st. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Rev up to get fueled by Mission as the world's most extreme dirt track riders and tastiest products come together to fuel your flavor. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Saturday, April 22nd, the world's premier dirt track motorcycle racing returns to the Lone Star State.
We're ready to go racing. Massive championship implications here.
Meet your favorite riders. Kickstart your weekend with Progressive American Flat Track. The Mission Dallas Half Mile, presented by Root Systems Dallas at Devil's Bowl Speedway. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
Kicker Performance Audio. For almost 50 years, we've been rocking the planet with our world-class product covering everything that drives you, whether in your car, truck, boat, motorcycle, side-by-side, or even on your head. Kicker Performance Audio's passion for bringing you your favorite music like you've never heard it before is what drives us. So wherever you need us, Kicker Performance Audio will be there for you.
There it is, dude.
Uh, 2022 has been great, man. Turner Racing's really hit its stride here late in 2022. Unfortunately, rain's getting us again, but it's about at every track. It seems like we ought to hire ourselves out to farmers and show up with the team and set up tents and bikes, and we can charge them for it because it's going to bring the rain.
2022 was been a little bit of a mixed feeling for me. You know, mainly just the vibe of the season was just a lot different, it felt like. We've been blasted with a lot of weather, rain, just a lot of mixed things.
Obviously, this year has been a little chaotic, a little stressful. A lot of tension going on this year, that's for sure. A highlight, yeah, we won Lima. That was cool, that was sick. Other than that, yeah, we have not accomplished what we set out to do this year.
I expected more of myself, honestly, but happy to be racing my motorcycle again this year. And we got 2 wins, and I got a grand slam on a single this year, winning the miles.
So for me, this season's been mediocre, you know. It was great to get back on the podium again, but right now it's that's the high we've been riding on all year, striving to get back there.
2022 has been really an awesome year for me and the team. It's been a little bit of a weird year for a series. We dealt with a lot of rain, but like, you know, still getting some races in, going to new tracks. I've been able to get my first ever twins win under my belt, which was amazing, and learned so much from the team and the guys I race with, and it's been really fun.
2022 season has been quite the ride. We've had some exciting racetracks, some good action. I won Lima finally, which was sick. I wanted to win Lima for 80 years. A lot of drama, but not really my class, mainly Super Twins, so I get to sit back and watch all that action. But yeah, good year. Thankful it's almost over, to be honest.
The season's been actually wonderful for us. You know, some hiccups along the way, mostly weather dependent, but it's really been highlighted by many podiums and wins and high fives, and so far, been a joy.
Let's be honest, this year's been, it's been different. I've made a lot of good friends within my team though, so that's been really good. I finally won something other than a track that has a jump and a right-hander, so that was kind of nice. Kentucky was a good one. Me and Jared, I think, had the best battle off the track.
Yeah, the Red Mile was interesting this year. You know, it was the first time JD running up front in the semi, and I think it was just a little new for him, you know, because that's how it is up there in the big class, and I think he's all good now, you know.
Hey, did Jim McMahon ever pay you for our little dispute?
No, man, we got to sell that to Netflix, though.
For the highlights, obviously winning Castle Rock, that was a badass fucking race. That race was sick. Fans were insane.
I'd say Red Mile Day 2 was pretty rad. Racing with Rispoli was fun. Yeah, Johnny definitely didn't just try, he did land on me at Laconia.
Season's been tough, honestly. I'd say we had a couple highs, we had a couple podiums in a row, led some laps at New York Short Track. Blew Mies's doors off there. I think about lap 10 he got pretty tired. He just fell anchor off the back. Then same thing at like Port Royal. I don't know what was going on, if he was sick or what, but 5 to go. Here comes Vanderkoy just chugging along, you know.
It's been a great season so far. First season pro. I've been waiting a really long time to go pro. Is it worth the wait? Yeah. Well, maybe. Some days. But it's been great traveling with the team and with my dad and having fun.
I think it's been a good season, really. I mean, there's been a lot of good racing, and obviously there's been some controversy in the sport.
22 season, it was a little bit of a challenge. You know, I knew moving up to the Super Twins class, it was going to be the hardest transition that I've made yet in my career. Highlight, faster lap time than Breyer. Springfield, mile, semi, check it out.
2022, I wasn't planning on coming back. You know, I broke my leg, didn't get a new contract. My friend basically talked me into doing it. I decided I would break my leg again, this time a little worse, broke my ankle and my back. Watching it back now, you know, I'm lucky to be alive, glad to be here without, you know, the airbag suit and the helmets that we wear. I don't know if I'd be doing this interview, so just so grateful for that stuff. Now that I've kind of been away from it and I've taken a step back, I enjoy the process more now. I'm not so serious. Smile, I actually talk to some more of my competitors.
Moving forward, I'd like to see everybody come to a common ground and be happy with what it is. And that way, you know, the political side of it can kind of go away.
It's no secret that we struggled with tracks this year, whether it's weather or whatnot, but I'd like to see that just because ultimately it'd make the racing better, it'd make it more safer, and you know, I'd like to see a lot less complaining, even though I'm doing a lot of that right now.
There's some really good young talented kids coming in, so to see that mix of riders, older guys, and then the younger guys coming up trying to take lunch money off their plate is exciting.
2023, me personally, I just want to try to come in and have a lot of fun. I really want to get to, you know, some of the feelings I had back in the early years of racing. All in all, I just I want to try to get back on a really good track with 2023. I think the sport does too, and put all this behind us.
On Saturday, May 6th, the world's premier dirt track motorcycle racing rocks the West Coast.
Oh boy, right up the inside. He certainly felt that massive championship implications here.
Meet your favorite riders. Kickstart your weekend with progressive American flat track. It's bar-banging short track action. Saturday, May 6th at Ventura Raceway. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com. On Saturday, April 1st, the world's premier dirt track motorcycle racing returns to Arizona Bike Week.
We got a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona.
Super Twins main event. Who's going to win it?
Meet your favorite riders. Feel the adrenaline rush. This is progressive American flat track. The Arizona Super TT on Saturday, April 1st. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
He's going to take it. Oh, they make contact on the entrance to one. Parts Unlimited AFT Singles main event. His first win goes to Cody Kopp. Time now for the Parts Unlimited AFT Singles main event. There's a green. We're underway. Headed towards turn number one. Bruner, not only fast, but super aggressive here tonight. Oh, and he goes down. Two, and down he goes.
On the 13, Cody Kopp on the 12, and Maxwell on the 18. By here they come.
Mishler's got to protect the bottom one more time around. Morgan Mishler wins the Parts Unlimited AFT Singles main event. All right, here we go. 10-second board is up. We're ready to go. Green, and we're racing here with the Singles and I-70 Motorsports Park. Here comes Kopp charging off the two.
Mishler bobbled down there in turn number 2, and that's all it took for Cody Kopp to go to the lead.
To the line. Cody Kopp's going to win it here tonight at I-70. Parts Unlimited AFT Singles, their main event, getting ready to go. Mishler trying to break free, trying to get down low below the paint on that Honda if he can. Here's Gautier up the inside.
What a race we got going on.
And the Parts Unlimited AFT Singles is going to go to Morgan Mishler on the Honda here today. Wow. What a run. Who's going to win the singles here tonight at the Red Mile 2? We're underway. Everybody's fighting for position right now.
And they're almost racing like it's a short track. They're kind of going in there, throwing some elbows, making their way through the corner.
Oh boy, there goes Bruner. This time he did get into Whale. Sends him right into the air fence, and Maxwell is not going to be happy about that. Back at it.
Remember, Maxwell is doing this after coming off the ground. He's injured, but he's got the determination.
At the line, who got it? Gauthier with the win. Dalton Gauthier takes the victory. Maxwell goes from last on the restart to the podium. First short track race of the year. Kopp already a half a second up. Cody Kopp has been dominant all day long here in Laconia, and here he comes off the board. Checker flag awaits the Red Bull KTM rider. Okay, we are ready for 8 minutes and 2 laps to go here for our main event.
The Waters Auto Body KTM, that's the Australian rider, Tom Drape.
Train hanging right with Kopp, staying right in line with him. Checker flag awaits Cody Kopp. He'll take the win here at the Lima half mile. We're underway. Cody Kopp's got to make the bottom work, and he's got to do it right now. Kopp trying to escape as quick as he can. Build up a lead here.
The 24 in the NKR Canada team is up to 3rd place.
Cody Kopp taking the win. Brunner gets second, and it's going to be Hunter Bauer taking 3rd. Here we go. To get the whole shot, it's going to be Kopp.
The 79 and the 18 are catching up to the leader.
Is Cody Kopp going to have to start searching around?
He's still concentrating what's in front of him, and I like that.
Once again, for Cody Kopp, who will continue to extend his points lead. Parts Unlimited AFT Singles could be one of the best main events of the year.
But here comes the 18 closing in on the 21.
And Whale pounces on it, and the Red Bull KTM is through and into the lead. Maxwell, to be his first win of the year. The Australian, he's fought through injuries. He's fought to get to the top step of the podium, and he's going to do it today at one of the biggest races of the year, the Peoria TT. Hondas and a KTM on the front row. Ready to go in Rapid City. We're underway. Ready to attack. Yeah. He's going to have one good shot at this. It might be right here. Here it comes up the inside. Bruner's your new leader. Trevor Bruner coming off of turn number 4. He's been so close all year. He's got it done here tonight at the Black Hills Speedway. Here at the Parts Unlimited Castle Rock TT. We go. Bruner with the start of the 21, though. The Yamaha goes to the front.
Gauthier with an excellent restart.
Gautier's a new leader.
He's pushing. Oh, and Kopp is down. Oh, no, there goes Cardews.
Dalton Gauthier, he takes the Parts Unlimited AFT Singles for the Turner Honda team. We're ready to go racing. 8 minutes and 2 laps here at Sacramento. Bruner on the outside takes over the lead.
These riders need to try to work together to track down the leader.
3rd win in a row here in Sacramento for Trevor Bruner as he takes the win. Here we go. Parts Unlimited AFT Singles presented by Kickers underway. Will Cody Kopp win the championship? It's going to be Coase coming through the middle who's going to take the lead. Cody Kopp looking for his first championship. Coase looking for the first privateer win of the year. Chad Coase is going to win it, and Cody Kopp will take the championship in the Parts Unlimited Singles presented by Kicker. Parts Unlimited AFT Singles at Volusia.
New leader!
Kopp comes through. Kopp already has the championship locked up, and he wants another win here tonight. The champ is going to win another one as he takes the win here at Volusia at the half mile. Final singles race of the year underway.
Now we'll see if the 79, he's got a clear racetrack. Gauthier,
Here he comes. Gauthier with a great drive off the 4. Final turn of the season. Dalton Gauthier wins the finale here at Volusia.
So I signed Cody. He's 17 years old. He sits down with a notepad and he just says, hey, I have a notepad and I have some questions to go over with you. I've never had anybody be so thorough that we just signed. So right away I've already been like, okay, he's young, he's thorough, and he's taking this serious. Joe, Dee, they've done a good job. He raised a good kid.
I mean, obviously Cody Kopp is such a young rider, but when you watch him ride, it appears to be a very seasoned veteran on top of that motorcycle.
And he's riding like he got so much confidence.
It's been an interesting season, you know, obviously with Cody coming in as a sophomore, you know, we had high hopes, but he kind of caught me off guard with how strong he came out of the hole, you know. It's like a lot of people off guard.
And what I like most about Cody, he has a lot of attributes that are very positive. I like that he's never been complaining about anything, always puts his head down. If there's something wrong, he wants to make a change with the bike, he puts it on his own shoulders, so he takes accountability. But in general, it's just a fun dude to be around.
Yeah, it's been truly a blessing just to watch him live his dream out. As a mom, it's of course hard to watch him, your kid, out there doing what he's doing, but you also know on the other side of it, he's doing what he loves.
What he's doing right now and what he's been doing and how he acts as a young man. Yeah, my wife and I are just, everybody was just super proud and just humbled to be a part of it.
I am proud of Cody, of course I am. I mean, I'm proud of our whole team. You know, like, we've had to work together, and that's kind of been the best part about it, is that work hard, play hard, and then the results come. And it's, I'm proud of everybody, to be honest.
Hey, bud, congrats on a great year, and chokes me up, but hell of a kid. Good job, buddy.
Congratulations on a championship. Well-deserved, well-earned. Just love you to death.
Hey, Cody, for sure, couldn't be more proud of you. I wasn't expecting it, but you've absolutely delivered. So thank you from me, from our team, from Red Bull KTM, everybody back in Austria, everybody back in Marietta. 2 thumbs up, buddy. Congratulations.
On Saturday, April 22nd, the world's premier dirt track motorcycle racing returns to the Lone Star State.
We're ready to go racing. Massive championship implications here.
Meet your favorite riders. Kickstart your weekend with Progressive American Flat Track. The Mission Dallas Half Mile, presented by Roof Systems Dallas at Devil's Bowl Speedway. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
The 2022 Progressive American Flat Track Championship season about to get underway. Here with the Mission Super Twins main event, and we're racing here in Volusia. Yamaha versus Indian on the opening laps here at Volusia.
The number 3 goes out in front. That's Briar Bauman.
Here comes Briar Bauman. The Indian will take the win. Mission Super Twins main event. Here we go. Let's see what Jared Mees can do here. Here comes Mees to the inside, going into 1. Jared Mees is your new leader. Can he hold him off after leading all of those laps? Beach trying to make a run. He's going to come up just a little bit shy as they come to the checkers. It's Jared Mees winning the Mission Super Twins here in Texas. Here we go. It's going to be 8 minutes and 2 laps. Mission Super Twins final race of the night here at I-70 Motorsports Park. We're green and we're racing. It's Bauman and Mees, and then Beach sits back in 3rd. Here he comes, Jared Mees up 3. You got a new leader here at I-70 Motorsports Park. And Bauman is right there. He's looking to the high side again. 1 to go, 1 more lap, I-70. Get on your feet, here they come. Mees protecting the bottom. Drifts up, here comes Bauman to the outside. To the checkered flag, the national champ is gonna get it done with the #1 plate. Jared Mees takes the win. Welcome back to Lexington. This is the one we've all been waiting for, the Mission Super Twins main event. And as you can see, the Yamaha JD Beach lined up right alongside the Indian of Jared Mees. Here we go. Mission Super Twins main event. Who's going to win it? Mees gets a good start. Beach comes right with him. They're far apart going into one. Oh, he slips and Mees back to the bottom, and Daniels goes by 2.
Oh, he's got his hand up.
JD Beach has a problem, and could Rispoli have a shot at this win?
Dallas Daniels trying to win his first ever Grand National.
To the inside, he's got him. Jared Mees leads him into turn 3. Now can he hang on for the win? Mees puts an exclamation point, or no. Daniels with the win. Daniels wins. Daniels gets his first ever win, and he does it at the Red Mile for Yamaha. All right, here we go. Visors coming down. Who's going to win? Red Mile 2. Here comes Daniels on the outside. New leader once again.
That was a replay of the last lap of last night's main event.
Sure was. Oh, look, here's Fisher. One of these 3 is going to win. Here comes Mees at the inside. Fisher right with him.
They blew by Dallas Daniels.
Down off of 4. Jared Mees is going to win it here with Fisher finishing second. 25 grand for the Progressive Triple Crown up for grabs, and it all begins right here in Laconia right now. Now Beach coming up the inside. Here comes JD Beach. The Essence and Yamaha backed by Monster Energy. It's JD Beach taking the win. Here come the Revs, and we are ready to go racing at Lima. Charging hard is Robinson, pushing Beach wider than he wants to go as they come off the 4. Robinson with the drive. He's right up alongside the number 95.
There's your leader, Ralph.
Brandon Robinson on the Indian takes the win. The 10-second board is up. We are ready for the Mission Super Twins main event here at Weesport Speedway. Mees with a good start. Vanderkoy with a great start on the bottom.
Vanderkoy looking for the lead on the back straightaway.
Vanderkoy squares up turn number 2.
Whoa.
Here he comes. We got a new leader in Weedsport. Here comes Bauman. Vanderkoy slipped. Bauman to the inside. Briar Bauman bringing the Indian to the checkered flag to win the short track here at Weesport. Mission Super Twins. They've waited all day for this main event here at Port Royal, the big half mile. Underway we go.
The big number 3, Briar Bauman, who lives right here close by in Pennsylvania.
The final turn. Here's Briar Bauman to take the win in the Mission Super Twins main event at Port Royal. Here come the revs. Here comes the intensity. The 75th Peoria TT is underway. Who's going to lead it down into turn number 1?
Excellent start by the 95. He did exactly what he needs to do.
And JD beats the Monster Energy. Estenson Yamaha rider will go to the top step of the podium with the win. And we're underway here in the Black Hills. Red flag is out, immediately bringing this one to a halt.
I see moisture coming down, Ralph. Red flag is out.
Crowd on their feet here at Castle Rock. The TT ready to go.
JD Beach is blown away.
JD has checked out. Hasn't lost a TT in 2 years. That streak will continue as he'll win here at Castle Rock, taking the Parts Unlimited Castle Rock TT. '57th running of the legendary Sacramento Mile about to get underway. 10 minutes and 2 laps to decide the winner here at Cal Expo. Who's it going to be? Daniels on the Yamaha, first one into 1. Dallas Daniels has been the star of the show so far, the Mission Super Twins. The 57th running of the legendary legendary Sacramento Mile. Dallas Daniels takes the win. First of two Mission Super Twins main events for the day. Robinson on the pole. Here we go. Keep an eye on the 44. Bauman up the inside. And he's going to take the lead away. His beach goes high.
It opened up the door for the 44. And here comes the one of Mies.
Here's Brandon Robinson. Mission Super Twins main event #1 here today in Cedar Lake. And he's going to take the win. Final race of the day. Here we go. Massive championship implications here. With the wheel inside of Beach. That's going to get him second as he comes off horse's Beach off the line. And a red flag is out. Red flag is out. Now the restart. Here we go. Bauman with a good start. Mies trying to get him around the outside. Bauman bounces back, gets into it. Down goes the champ.
Keeping our eyes on the 1 and the 3.
Briar Bauman, we're told, is off the track. Boy, things are going terribly wrong for Briar Bauman. J.D. Beach. Career oval track victory #2 in his grasp as he takes the win here at Cedar Lake Speedway. Mission Super Twins. Penultimate race of the year for them. Championship is on the line. Jared Vanderkooy, can he get it done here tonight and win that first ever Mission Super Twins main event? Jared Vanderkooy is going to do it. He's going to win his first ever Mission Super Twins main event, and Jared Mies has got second.
It's been fantastic. It all comes down to the final race of the year. Here we go. Leader is Robinson. He's way out in front. Daniels was in second. Now it is Briar Bauman.
Brandon Robinson wins the season finale. Bauman will finish second, and the champion for 2022 in Mission Super Twins, Jared Mies.
We're at Barberville race #2, last race of the year, and we just clinched #8. I'd summarize the season as it was just tough a little bit mentally. You know, came up short a lot at the end of the year, a lot of wins, I think, but overall we definitely poured it on strong and did what we had to do to bring #8 home. So many guys that I really want to thank. Obviously, Indian and Progressive are the big ones, especially Craig Rogers who's in SDI. I just want to give a really quick shout out to Kenny and Bubba. And these guys worked hard. We had no mechanical failures. Big shout out to Olin Suspension with Jimmy Wood. Our suspension was hooked up all year. All my sponsors, my beautiful wife Nicole and Hayden especially, always being there and picking up that extra time and allowing me to live my dream and also provide for all of us at the highest level of flat track.
On Saturday, April 1st, the world's premier dirt track motorcycle racing returns to Arizona Bike Week.
We got a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona.
Super Twins main event. Who's going to win it?
Meet your favorite riders. Feel the adrenaline rush. This is Progressive American Flat Track, the Arizona Super TT on Saturday, April 1st. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Yamaha Senoia Short Track. I'm Scotty Dubler in the booth. Up here joining me is Kristen B. Kristen, there's a beautiful look at downtown Atlanta.
Only an hour away from here, by the way. We are just outside of Atlanta in Senoia, Georgia, where they also filmed The Walking Dead, by the way. If anyone has followed that TV show, I know my mom watched it for a hot minute.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so this is where they filmed the TV show, the very popular at one time, the binge-worthy Walking Dead.
All right, there we are inside the booth in the controlled environment. We have our jackets ready because it is chilly in here, Kristen.
I'm just trying to keep the seat warm for Mr. Shaheen, but I'm so excited to have this perspective of the track from here because, I mean, this is the first time the bikes are all going to get out on track, and as we can see, JD Beach kind of leading the field for practice, for the first practice at the Senoia Raceway. So exciting.
Here we go. First laps around the track for most of our competitors. Some of them have raced here at the amateur level. A Bobby McClendon put on a few races here a couple of years ago.
A few outlaw races.
Outlaw races, and a couple of them also have came here and tested before, and so we'll see how it all unfolds. Last night they raced here as well. We had some side-by-side racing going on. As we take a look back in the field, there's the one of Jared Meese, the 44 of Robinson. They're side-by-side. Hopefully we'll have some side-by-side racing tonight. There's a lot of rubber goes down this racetrack, and Kristen, when I think of Atlanta, Georgia, I think of red dirt. There's none on the racing surface right now.
Yeah, this is clearly not the red Georgia clay that we are accustomed to seeing when we head down to Georgia. This is a gumbo clay. It's built 5 inches above the red clay, but it's going to behave really similar to that red Georgia clay. It's going to hold water. It's going to tack up. They're going to have a lot of traction out there, and as you said earlier, we're going to see multiple racing lines.
And they call it gumbo.
Gumbo.
Not like gumbo in Louisiana. But gumbo dirt, so hopefully you can reach down there and actually squish the dirt together in your hand.
Absolutely, and what I've noticed, especially after watching the water truck out there, the way the track is banked, it has between 11 and 13 degrees of banking. It kind of swicks the water down the track, and that's going to be favorable for the riders later on in the night. So if they can keep the moisture in the track, because surprisingly it was actually a little dusty out there earlier, we're going to have some happy riders.
Dallas Daniels out in front of the 32. He's the quick time so far of the 1:07.874, taking over where he left off last week at the Daytona Short Track. As we move up here to the Senoia Short Track, he has a little bump right there and goes up the racetrack just a little bit. But last night it seemed like the amateur riders were going in the corners a lot lower than drifting up and then really having to turn it, where we know the AFT stars will go enter the corner higher. As we got our riders down over here off of turn number 2.
36 of Colby Carlisle, and he's actually running back to check on the down rider.
He's underneath that motorcycle. That's the 44. That's Robinson. Robinson goes down, and his bike was on top of him, so Colby gets that bike off of him, and they're going to go over there and check it out. That's over there off of turn number 2 for you folks tuning in on fanschoice.tv, and for you folks that are here live at the Senoia Short Track.
And Scotty, that is one of the pitfalls, one of the hard things for these teams and these riders to adjust to. This is the first time we've ever visited the Senoia Raceway. And so for the riders to develop a notebook, for the riders to get used to this track, it's going to take some time, and unfortunately that's sometimes part of it.
It definitely is, and this is where you're going to have to also rely on your mechanic and your notes from other racetracks you've been to in the past, you know. And before we came live, Kristen, you were talking, I mentioned Cedar Lake Speedway, a short track we were at last year in Wisconsin, and maybe a cross between Cedar Lake and you said possibly Volusia.
Possibly Volusia and possibly Dixie Speedway. So for riders coming into this track, they try to set up their bikes with a base setup that is similar to tracks that are similar to this by just perspective and by watching other racing. And so when I was talking to some of the singles riders especially, they were saying that they either started with their Cedar Lake setup from last season, their Dixie Speedway setup from 2019, or their Volusia half-mile setup, because this is a 3/8 mile. So as much as it is a short track, it will also probably race similarly to the half miles we've seen on the schedule, the car tracks.
Yeah, Dixie, they said, was a little bit bigger than this. According to the AFT rulebook, a short track is 0.125 to 0.38 of a mile. And I think if you went all the way around the outside where the wall is, this would be a 3/8 mile around the outside, but maybe down on the inside, around the inside wall, maybe as short as a 1/4 mile. So it's in between a 1/4 and 3/8.
It's somewhere in between there. I know yesterday, actually, just to even measure the banking, some of the riders were holding their phones out. There's this really nifty app now that can actually tell you the degree of banking. People use it for building things, but I saw a few of the riders kind of getting engaged for that because, of course, with a banked start, that is a whole new ball game, Scotty.
Yeah, we'll watch and see how much the start is banked. It doesn't look like it's quite as banked as this back straightaway, but we were talking before we came on the air as well, and when they drop the clutch, and if you're on a banking, that back wheel will drop to the left.
Right.
So you have to be smoother off the clutch to get going if that's the case. So we'll just see how the starts unfold here in a little bit, and They're pushing the 44 bike back to the pit area. That is Jerry Stinchfield right there, Roof Systems of Dallas, Texas. And there's Robinson getting a ride back in that side-by-side right there. He'll get himself a ride back to the pit area. Hopefully he's okay and just maybe, just taking a ride back to the pit area, and he'll get things checked out down there, and hopefully we'll see him again the rest of the night. But not the way we want to get started here today.
No, Scotty. However, getting back to what you were talking about with the start, for riders who are shorter, you never had to experience this because you're a lengthier guy.
Right.
But for, a rider that's compact like Shayna Texter in the singles class, she's 5 feet, and I was talking to her yesterday, those banked starts can be really challenging.
Yeah, because you have to, if you can plant both feet down and have a good solid foundation with your feet, when you take off, it's a little bit easier. I've seen, like in Supercross, some of those riders even make
starting
blocks so they can plant their feet.
But we do not get to use those in flat track. Yeah.
Because there's riders behind you. In motocross, Supercross, they have a long starting gate, so there's nobody behind you that has to go through. So here we have like 4 rows of motorcycles, maybe even 5, depending on how many bikes.
So no starting blocks for some of those guys.
Correct.
And girls, Shayna Texter included.
If you cannot reach the ground, you have to kind of side saddle it just a little bit, and with it leaning to the left like that, I would assume they'll have their left foot on the ground, maybe keep that right foot up there on that right foot peg. Some of these bigger riders are able to put both feet down on the ground and get, like I said, a better starting foundation. When they drop that clutch, and the back end will still tend to shift to the left just a little bit, and you want to take off and go straight instead.
Now, right now, we've got a really good shot of the 32 and the 95, Dallas Daniels and JD Beach. Dallas Daniels sweeping rounds 1 and 2 of the season at the Daytona Short Track, and I had the privilege of sitting down with them. We did some fun rapid-fire questions you guys will get to watch a little later on, but we also talked about this season and kind of their evaluation of how things are going. But we're going to toss it to a quick break here. A beautiful shot of the Atlanta skyline, guys. We are watching American Flat Track on Fans Choice. We will see you back shortly.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolin', available in 2 formulas. Race ready, designed to be glycol-free and track approved, and high performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit vpracingfuels.com to learn more.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
Mobile View has been providing state-of-the-art LED video screens to sporting and special events throughout the U.S. and Canada since 1999. We use our vast experience of thousands of events to help guide the process of finding the right size screen to help make your event a memorable experience for your fans and sponsors.
SBS is the official brake sponsor of Progressive American Flat Track, your single source of brake components for motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs in racing, off-road, and for street use. Try the improved brake performance of the all-new SBS Better Brake Series. Find the brake pads, rotors, and clutch kits that match your bike on sbsbrakes.com. There's a reason why SBS is the preferred choice of street kings and race champions alike. Go ahead. Once again, for the 2023 season, all Progressive American Flat Track classes are running the race-proven DT4 tire from Dunlop. Designed for pro and amateur riders alike, the DT4 has multiple compound options, an aggressive tread pattern, and can be run tubeless for greater overall performance. Dunlop, the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. Brought to you by Yamaha. on the track, on the trail, or out on the open road. Check out Yamaha's full line of class-defining, adventure-seeking motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles at YamahaMotorsports.com. Al Lamb's Dallas Honda is proud to sponsor the Singles Challenge. No holds barred, winner takes all dash for cash. The payout, a cool $2,500. Al Lamb's Dallas Honda, riding red since 1977. DallasHonda.com. Progressive is proud to be America's #1 motorcycle insurer, protecting 1 out of every 3 insured riders. And they also offer coverage for your boat, RV, and other adventure vehicles. Quote motorcycle insurance online in as little as 3 minutes or bundle your insurance together today.
When you think of a ride, you think of quality.
When it comes to hitting the ground and protecting your head, I wouldn't wear anything else.
The design of it is round and smooth, so when you're rolling through the dirt, your helmet doesn't catch the dirt and hurt your neck. Safety in flat track and motorsports in general is probably the biggest concern. Obviously, we're all here to win. At the end of the day, we're all concerned about our well-being, and for that, you want to have the best gear on, and for me, a ride's the best choice.
Rev up to get fueled by Mission as the world's most extreme dirt track riders and tastiest products come together to fuel your flavor. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
All-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
And welcome back to the Yamaha Senoia Short Track right here, Senoia, Georgia, just south of Atlanta. There's an aerial shot of this racetrack. Kristen, I didn't even know that pond was down there.
I'm all too familiar with the fact there's a pond down there, but there is also a pond behind the grandstands. And Scotty, generally the rule of thumb is if a car track is surrounded by bodies of water, that moisture is somewhere below the track, right? So at night, when it gets dewy and moist, that water comes up to the surface. It could make for a really slick racing surface, but it could also make for a really good racing surface because you do want some moisture in there because moisture sometimes equals traction, just not too much.
You just want too much because that's what happened a few moments ago. Got a little bit slippery just right at the edge of the groove, and Robinson did go down. I'm not sure if anybody else went down. He was out of our camera view when we saw him.
I believe Colby Carlisle actually went down as well.
Colby stopped to go get the motorcycle off, but it looked like maybe Davis Fisher might have went down the 67 because I saw him trying to straighten his front wheel. But we're just going by what we see up here in the booth. The folks are just now starting to join us here. The pits have been open for most of the day, but the grandstands just opened up a little bit ago. And I love the drone shots. I'm glad we have a drone. We couldn't use the drone down at Daytona because we're right beside the airport. So we were not able to fly the drone down there. But
look at all that pretty spring green surrounding the track in Atlanta and Senoia, Georgia here. Just a beautiful day to go racing.
Is it green like that in your area over there near Charlotte? It is getting rain in
North Carolina.
All
yeah,
right.
we have still had a few cold fronts coming in, but it's started to get nice.
How many dogs have you adopted this off season?
I lost count this off season.
Okay.
But this week we actually have a good boy named Hank at our house. He was hit by a car.
I know, and he's a cute little guy.
He's a cute little nugget. I'll have to show you guys when we get closer. Bikes are back out on track. Let's get excited, folks. Again, the first time the American Flat Track Series has ever raced in Senoia, Georgia at the Senoia Raceway. This is exciting.
I'm excited, too. So they told them in the riders' meeting they'll come around here and they'll get a practice start. This is the chance to do that. And I think that's a good move. We used to not do that. You know, you just the only time you get a practice start is when you start your first heat race. So it's a good chance right now.
Look at that banking. As you can tell with that white line from the start-finish line, the banking, 11 degrees, is estimated to be that front stretch banking. And notice where they drew that line, though. It is pretty close to the exit of turn 4, whereas on some racetracks, it's further down the front stretch. That could be a determining factor factor who wins this race, who's coming off a 4-strong.
I think they're going to actually have, that'll be for the finish for sure, but I think they're going to have to start the starting lines a little bit further down towards turn number 1, so that means you'll have a not as big of a head of steam going into the first corner right off the start as you will later on at the night. So that's Cameron Smith out there, the 34, on his Yamaha MT-07. They changed the decals on that bike for every round. They had the Daytona glitter, the Daytona beach setting on it. They're putting a
He's
Georgia
got a little
Peach.
steez. Every week he's got a little good steez.
Yeah, he's going to put a Georgia Peach sticker on it before main event time, he said. So, and that thing might even be bright yellow, they said. So I don't know if they're going to change the bike between every round or what's going on. And there's a look at Billy the Kid. That's Billy Ross. He had a good run down there at Daytona. Currently has 8 points on his rookie season here in the Super Twins class, and he's riding for Grumpy Old Men Racing, Russ Briggs and Johnny Goad.
And Jesse Janish out on track right now, the 33. Now, just 7 weeks ago, he sustained a torn left ACL. And as most people in racing know, that is a tough injury to kind of overcome. And this is also his first time on the Wally Brown Racing KTM. So a lot of homework for that 33 bike to get done today.
And they actually tested not too long ago on a red track here. It had a bunch of red dirt on it. They got a lot of laps in, so I think his knee's going to be doing all right. But this will be the true test when you get to race mode. Right. A little different than practice and research mode.
Right, he's moving right on up the board for that session with an 18.280. Right behind him, Johnny Lewis, just a 300thousandths of a second, or 1,000th of a second now behind Jesse Janish. So 2 really strong contenders in this second session.
Also out there is the 47 Michael Hill. He's on the McGrain Racing Scott Power Sports Kawasaki. Casey Sisko's on a borrowed motorcycle. He's actually borrowed one of the Hooligan bikes.
Has he really? But it's a 790 Duke?
Yes, but his engine or his oil pump stopped pumping on his Harley-Davidson that he was going to race.
So just hopped on a KTM.
Well, yeah, no big deal. But
no big deal. And so for everyone at home, those bikes could not be any more different.
Completely different.
Completely different.
They come off the corner different. They handle different. The weight distribution is totally different. So if he can come out here and make the main event, which that's his goal right now, is just to make it into the show, that'll be a good accomplishment for Casey Sisko on
Jesse
that number
Janish
61.
Up to 7th. Wow. And I know this is just a practice session, but gosh, he's got to be happy about that. When I talked to him, he said, listen, if this track gets slick, I could be in trouble, but if the track is well maintained, I will be in a good position. He trusts that Wally Brown Racing team. They have so much data and so much research behind that team with Wally Brown working in NASCAR and all the R&D that they have on those bikes. Exciting to see Jesse in the mix.
And they learned a lot last year with James the Rocket Rispoli riding that motorcycle and had a good showing at the Red Mile last year. As we switch gears, we're going to bring out the Parts Limited AFT Singles for their first round of practice. There are 36 bikes. Only 32 of them will make it to the night show. So 4 of these riders won't even get to race when the lights come on.
But good laps putting down nonetheless. We've got Cody Kopp leading the field out with Dalton Gauthier not too far behind him. Now, I had a really interesting conversation with Dalton Gauthier today. You know, in the last 3 seasons, it has been so hard for him to keep his morale up because when you think about it, moving to the Super Twins class, what a demoralizing season that was. Racing the production twins at times, had some success, had some injuries, and then going to the Turner Racing Honda team where they just couldn't get running on all cylinders until the end of the season. So for him to move to this team, it just feels like he is revitalizing his career.
Yeah, Kristen's talking about Trevor Bruner. He's out there on the 21. The 1 is Cody Kopp. He is our points leader with 2 wins down in Florida. Dalton Gauthier had 2 seconds in Florida. He's on the 79, the Privateer KTM. 88, Chase Sadoff. 18, Maxwell. 19 is James Ott. The 91, Justin Jones. The 59 is the Australian. He's the Australian flat track champion last year, Tom Drain, at just 16 years of age. Logan Eisenhart is a 166. He's the leading contender of the Mobile V Rookie of the Year. Morgan Mishler way back at the points. He's on the 13. Trent Lowe's on the 48. And Chad Coast, the California kid's on the 49. Those are the bikes on the racetrack right now. 1.8. I say 1.8, just as I say that, 1.7.9 for Tom Drain.
And wow, and very impressive considering the fact yesterday Tom Drain told me he's never raced on a track like this before. They don't have a whole lot of this in Australia for them to get laps on. So for him to shoot to the top of the boards like that early on, very, very impressive. Another name that should be impressive today, Morgan Mishler. I mean, when we come to a car track, the first name that comes to mind is Morgan Mishler. He had 4 podiums on the car tracks last year, but he has been very discreetly battling a left arm injury. So, I mean, this has to be hard for him to go to a track that normally is your bread and butter.
Right, and he's back there. There are 12 bikes on the racetrack. He was 12th. He just moves up to 9th on that last lap. So he's finding a little bit more speed. But yeah, like what I like about Mishler is he will not follow anybody. If the track will allow it, he'll go up there and find a new line, a new way around the racetrack. And this should fit his style right here. Again, he's back behind the 8 ball a little bit, back in 9th. James Ott on that lap on that First Impressions Husky moves up to 2nd with a 1:7.985. But Tom Drain, again, no bank tracks in Australia, no real car tracks like this either.
And he was top of the boards right there.
Yeah, right off the bat. Impressive. There goes Cody Kopp in 18 of Maxwell. Looks like they're working together.
Trent Lowe actually setting fast time during that session.
Oh, wow. He does jump to the top spot. 1:7.871. So 3/1000ths of a second off of Dallas Daniels time. 8.71 to an 8.74.
Now, a note on James Ott. Yesterday, his team manager, Corey Texter, actually raced that bike that James Ott is on right now in the Pro-Am. So starting this practice session, they already had the gearing figured out based on Corey's time yesterday. And I personally have been so impressed by how much Corey has contributed to that team already. 3 races into the season, and he is just knee-deep in getting this team and these bikes better.
Well, and it's a good place to start for James Ott. Corey Texter, very similar in stature.
They're all the same weight. I mean,
exactly,
I think Corey told me 5 pounds difference between him, Chad Coase, and James Ott. So really beneficial to have him on track last night. Another singles rider who had a test rider, let's say, on track last night was also Cody Kopp. Joe Kopp raced last night, and I asked Corey, I said, who won between you and Joe? And he said, I won, but Joe is still very much so an impressive racer, but Joe raced on Cody's backup bike.
Okay.
So just to get an idea of how the track would break down.
There you go. Group number 2 rolls onto the racetrack. Parts Unlimited AFT Singles, sponsored by Kicker. The 24 is the Canadian champ, Hunter Bauer. 51, Cole Zabala. 82, Travis Pettin. 62, it's Dan Bromley. 26 is Aiden Roos Evans. 133, Clark Morian. 38 is Tanner Dean. 56, Jordan Jean. 63 is Jared Lowe. 75, Terrence Santero. 52, Shayna Texter Bauman in the 216. Declan Bender, one of our new riders out here in American Flat Track.
And this is such a fun class to follow, Scotty, especially for this track. When you think about the singles riders and the depth of competition, I mean, 10 deep, the top 10 riders could win any race this season, but especially here on a track where it's easy to go fast because it's so predictable and it's so consistent. I mean, I think we could have a surprise winner here tonight.
I like it.
You're
calling it, huh? All right.
Maybe a surprise winner.
Maybe a first-time winner.
I mean, Tanner Dean even right now moving up the board there. He was telling me today that he just loves this KTM. He loves this Waters Auto Body KTM. They don't get enough credit throughout the season and throughout the years because they really do put out a great program for a rider like Tanner Dean.
They, throughout the history of Waters Auto Body team, they pick some people that aren't known, or they pick some up-and-comers, and they give them a shot to go racing at the Grand National level, and they have good equipment every race.
Every race. And for Tanner Dean, this is a great track to showcase that because, right, it's not necessarily about producing the most power, but having a rider who knows how to explore their racecraft on tracks. We saw the 62 get a little fishtail there. Dan Bromley, who you talked to a little bit earlier.
I talked to him earlier, and he was, struggling. I talked to his brother-in-law, too, Nick Henderson, and he was struggling a little bit down Daytona. I think part of that was jumping from the single to the twin, back and forth, no rest.
That must be so hard.
And the bike handles completely different, and I think it's better for him to focus on one motorcycle. So today, Dan will just be on the singles. He's got his hands full right now with the 24.
Get the single figured out.
Yes.
And then when you kind of have a good grasp on that, start doing double duty, but get in a position where you feel good.
What I'm seeing right now, too, is the 38 of Tanner Dean's running the very bottom of the racetrack, and now it looks like Hunter Bauer's going to go down there and check it out as well, but Tanner Dean is in 11th, so I don't know if the shorter way around the racetrack is the fastest way, even though he takes the checkered flag. The 51 right behind him is Zabala's 15th, but the 38 moves up to 11th here in this round of practice. And it's only practice, but they all look at the times and then go back there and make changes to the motorcycle. They also watch to compare how the track changes every time they get out there.
Right, where the bumps are, because, you can kind of tell from up here, but I would love to get down on the track and actually see off of Ford. Do you see what I'm kind of seeing right here, Scotty, as I point to the screen? I'm not sure if those are bumps or if those are just lines kind of developing, but this could be a track where we see some, and especially up here, the ripples. Look at the front stretch right there. That could be interesting. as the night progresses.
That is the back straightaway we're taking a look at right here. But I see this going into 3. Those are kind of braking bumps, like when the bikes hit the brakes and the back end bounces. You see that in motocross, supercross, but when the bikes hit the brakes, the back end bounces up and down. It builds a little bit of dirt bumps right there going in the corners. So, and it's a typical short track. I mean, that happens on a short track because they're really hard on the brakes. A little bit different than a half mile or mile. You can go in the corners deeper and not use as much brake. You really lean it in the corner to slow you down.
That's great. That's a great ad, Scotty. That's really interesting to think about.
Up next, group number 3, another rookie out there, 106 Reese Podorf, the 55 Tyler Raggio, 117 Landon Smith, 149 is Birdsong. Also out there is the 157 Ian Wolf, 112 Aiden Brown, 195 Clayton Williams, Jess Reynolds, another female racer out there in the 270. Owen Kistler's on the 155. Jacob Cassio's on the 121. Kevin Stallings, the freak of nature, is on the 99, and Jacob Walter is on the 176. This is our last group, first round of practice for your AFT Singles. Right now it's Trent Lowe at the top spot. Everybody's shooting for a 17.764. That's actually faster than the Super Twins.
Are you surprised by that at all, Scotty?
No, it's a shorter track. It's easier to get these lighter motorcycles going in the corners, and they can probably carry some more momentum in the corners, so it'll be faster in the corners. We're looking at this battle between the 149 and 195. A couple of guys trying to get some experience out of here. 195 races with us a couple of years ago. He's back with us, and Tragan Birdsong just moved up to American Flat Track on that 149. He's from Kansas.
And Kevin Stallings, always a competitive guy, especially on these car tracks.
Yeah, and he might be making a switch here pretty soon, too. I can't give you any more details than that. I heard
you got the insider scoop.
I got some big news coming.
You got a double
for
scoop.
The 99. Yes, we'll wait and see how that unfolds. Doesn't want to give
And then
anything away.
chocolate chip double scoop on the Kevin Stallings.
Don't be talking about ice cream already.
We're not even to the main events yet, Kristen. Calm down. We do have a thing here, y'all, for everyone watching at home. We love ice cream.
Absolutely. I think I could live off ice cream. I would be a lot heavier, probably.
I mean, if you replaced ice cream with Dr. Pepper, you'd probably be exactly where you're at.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know if I can wake up and eat ice cream. I wake up and have a Dr. Pepper every day, so I don't know.
All right, here we are. Are you surprised they're that far up the track on the front stretch?
Man, no, they carry the momentum off of turn number 4, and it takes them up to the front straightaway wall. So I think a few people will bounce off that wall just a little bit. We're watching the 55 of Raggio on the 99 of Stallings, and they're running the bottom. They're not getting that close right now, but I think the Twins will really be getting really far up that wall, and it'll depend on how the track changes throughout the night. But I noticed that the singles riders are taking the shorter way around. When we saw the Super Twins, they were going up there a lot higher. So we may have a high line, and we may have a low line. Maybe we'll have a middle line all at the same time here tonight.
And you know what that means?
Better racing.
3 line, baby. I had to say that in my most Supercross voice possible. You know, like the voice of Supercross that years ago was like, "Welcome to my," you know?
Yep.
3 wide. That was a good one.
I can't do it either. Trent Lowe, quickest in the singles practice, 17.764. Tom Drain second. James Ott third. His teammate Chad Coase is fourth, and Morgan Misser gets up to fifth. And that is it for singles.
Can we make a note? Shayna Texter Bauman back in the top 10 for qualifying. She must be so happy about that.
Yeah, it's got to feel good to come to a car track where she typically goes well at. She's up to 9th right now. And we got a special class that they've added here is the Grand National Hooligan Championship
the
class.
Best looking bikes. I tell you what, when you talk about how these guys are building these bikes out, there's not a whole lot of restrictions on these bikes. And if you want a powerful racer, Hooligans class.
And, you know, back in the day when I was racing, they had an 883 Sportster
back
class.
in the 1800s?
Back in the black and white days. They had an 883 Sportster class. Well, these things put the Sportsters to shame. You know, the 883 Sportsters are running 1,200 cc's. Where are you going, Bubba? That's Bubba Boswell out there. He's supposed to be our pole setter. He's the owner of Boswell's Harley-Davidson, and maybe he didn't go to the riders meeting. Got to do a practice start. They're letting practice to start way back there. So this is group number 1 rolling out for our Grand National Hooligan Championship class. The 99 is Bubba Boswell. The 43 out there, let's see who we got here. Randy Brolick. 783 is Lowell Bronstad. 545 on the racetrack, Kyle James. 756, Matt Johnson. 68, Robert Lewis. 74, that's Stace Richmond. 33 is Cover. 85 is Anna Serena. 28 is Slosser. 580 Reinhardt. The 222 is Houston.
Anna Banana out there.
That's right.
Atta girl.
We saw her on the Royal Enfield Build Train race, and she is actually on her Royal Enfield out here today.
I think that is so cool, not only what the Royal Enfield program is doing, allowing an easily accessible program for women to be involved in the American Flat Track Series, but for someone to love it so much and say, hey, I was a part of this program, I loved it, I graduated from it, and now I'm going to come and race in the Hooligans class. I mean, you go, girl.
Yeah, I did see her up there up in Milwaukee at the Flat Out Friday competition. She gave me one of her Anna Banana stickers. And it's pretty cool. Stace Richmond goes to the top spot, 19.455. And that, Stace Richmond, that is the bike that Casey Sisko will be racing in our Super Twins class. So they might have the wrong number on one of the bikes, but the 74 is supposed to be the fastest one out there. He could have a 61 on his bike for Sisko to try to get qualified for tonight.
Have you ever heard of any other sport where they loan or they lend out their equipment in the way that racing does? Because I've always been very impressed by that.
Especially in flat track. I know I race motocross a little bit, and we would help some people if I didn't have to race with that guy. But here in flat track, whether you're an amateur, a vintage rider, or even right here in American Flat Track, if something happens, the guy parked right beside you more than likely hands you a part that you need, or let you borrow something, and it's a family out here.
It's such a great community. Robert Lewis up to the top of the boards, number 68 with a 19.251, so a nice fast time there, setting himself apart from Stace Richmond, who is down in second.
There goes a 74 way up the racetrack. That's Stace Richmond. He got a little bit too much drive right there.
We're just having fun here in the booth for this Hooligans class. I mean, when I would encourage anyone during the fan walk, if you're here in Senoia, Georgia, stop by some of the Hooligan paddock spots, right, in the pit stalls. They don't have the big haulers; they're pitting under easy ups. But if you can get a close-up look at some of those bikes, they're some of the coolest, most creative builds, and it is neat because being away from those factory teams, they have more selection. They're able to choose and pick and piece parts together for their bikes. And it's very fun to see how they build them out.
Most of the Hooligans are Harley-Davidsons. There's a couple of KTMs. There's a Ducati out there, and it looks like one Triumph and one Royal Enfield. So it's basically their street bikes. Make some race modifications to their bikes and go racing out here. So there are two groups, 24 total riders. They'll have one more qualifying session, then they'll have their heat races. Their main events will be later on this evening after opening ceremonies is all done.
Right.
Up next is group number 2. The 49 should be leading them out. There's a couple different. That's Ethan Rosine from Eden, Wisconsin. The 3 is Scott Jones. The 37, Racing Jason Griffin. He has one arm. He only has his left arm. He lost his right arm when he was a little kid. The 55 is Cole King. He was the winner down there at Daytona. He also won last night here in the Hooligan class. 155, Sean Raggio. The 13, Chris Boone. 71, that is Josh Young. 51, that's Holmes. That is Charles Holmes. 4 is Alex Childs. And the 50 is Van Synock. 23 is Eric Hartley. It says 023. He's all the way from Oregon on his Triumph. And the 232, that is Trevor Quayle from Poland, New York. So the riders come from all over the place, just like they do in American Flat Track. So this is a bonus class for us out here this weekend.
For your viewing pleasure, for your extra entertainment.
And sometimes we'll switch these out with Bull Tacos, and here pretty soon we'll have the Royal Enfield Build Train Race Program. They haven't announced their riders just yet. They just finished up a schooling and some training down there at Johnny Lewis Moto Anatomy Camp, and they'll hopefully be announcing those riders here real soon, and we'll let you know which. I think they're going to be at 4 races with us, right, Kristen?
I believe 4 or 5 races for the Royal Enfield girls. But it's always a really exciting class to watch, and especially because some of these women have a motocross or a racing background or a street bike background. All of them know how to obviously ride, but to get them in a competitive race setting and encourage them to get that consistency and that seat time in a competitive environment, I mean, the opportunity that Royal Enfield gives them is just incredible. But I mean, I tell you what, these hooligan racers, hooligans, I'm a hooligan.
Hooligan.
These
You're
hooligans.
a hooligan, huh?
It is so fun to watch these guys get out there too, because when you're not in the hunt for a championship per se, you're able to have a lot more fun and try different things. And these guys always just have such a good attitude when they get out on track because they're here to have fun.
Sean Raggio goes to the top spot. The number 155, his son Tyler, is racing in the AFT Singles class. Sean's up there at the 1.836. Chris Boone, I used to race against both those top 2 guys. He's up there in second, 19.126. When I raced against Boone, he was number 13C.
Again, was that back in 1805?
Yes, back when flat track started is when I raced.
When you guys actually had real ponies to make the horsepower.
We didn't have brakes. We had skinny little tires. There goes Boone up to the air fence. Watch out, Chris!
Whew, that was a close call.
He's getting his money's worth.
He was looking for traction.
Or looking for his brake pedal. I'm not sure, but now he's got a banner hanging off the racetrack. But
that happens often in Supercross. Like, you'll see guys kind of clip the bales or clip the tough blocks.
Take a look at the replay here. Watch the 13. He gets in a little bit too hot. We lost the replay. 13 is off the pace just a little bit. There's Josh Young, the 71. He's up to second now at the 19.120. White flag is out. 1 lap to go here in our Grand National Hooligan Championship. First round of practice for these folks. Raggio 18.836, so not too far off of the stars of the show. They're 17.874.
They're right there.
Pretty close. The checkered flag comes out.
I am so excited for the longest time just because of where we enter on the track. I was calling it the front stretch, but front stretch right here, right next to the fans. So you guys get to see the start, a really good angle of that. And yesterday in the Pro-Am, we had all of those guys pitting from the infield. Tonight we're on the opposite side, obviously, for the Super Twins and the singles.
I think the reason for that, too, is, Kristen, is all the big teams, have great big haulers, and if they park them in the infield, they'll be blocking a lot of the view of the racetrack. So we parked them out of the back straightaway and off into turn number 3 out in the back straightaway. So again, the open paddock area for here today, you guys can go into the pits for free, part of your paid admission into the race from 6:10 until 6:55. So it's 45 minutes, but you can go around outside turn 1 through the private parking area and then into the pit area if you want to meet the riders. Stop by that marketplace, get a T-shirt, get something to get autographed as you head down into the pits. Again, that's after our qualifying.
Yeah, and we just had a shot of Briar Bauman, and it's so interesting. His wife, Shayna Texter Bauman, brought this to my attention. He has podiumed on 4 different makes. That is incredible. It's Suzuki, Indian, KTM, and Kawasaki he has podiumed on in his career.
In the Super Twins class.
In the Super Twins class. And so when you look at that, it speaks volumes as to his ability as a rider.
That's rider versatility right there. I mean, we always said Johnny Lewis has ridden about every different kind of motorcycle, including Royal Enfield now, but to go out there and make podiums on all those different brands is incredible.
I was more surprised that Shayna Texter Bauman, his wife, brought that to my attention, and I did fact check it, and she keeps track of all those things, as she keeps track of all the team relations for the Pro Racing team. Brandon Robinson back on track.
Oh, that's good to see. The 44 was the rider that went down there. He is B-Rob from The Revolver is his nickname, but he's from Oxford, Pennsylvania, lives down in Florida, right there close to Daytona Beach now.
It is exciting to see him back on track. And Jared Mees, speaking of back on track, he finished with 2 fourth-place finishes at the Daytona Short Track in the season opener. Uncharacteristic for Jared Mees, but characteristic when it comes to his performance at that Daytona Short Track. He had never won there. It's always been his Achilles heel. And I spoke with him today, and sometimes riders tend to shy away from talking about the championship too early, not Jared Mees. He actually told me, he said, listen, I now have to regain the points that I lost in Daytona. And I thought, 2 fourth-place finishes, that's not bad. But for Jared Mees, he's already thinking about where Dallas Daniels is in this championship hunt.
He's 18 points behind the leader.
Right.
And again, with 2 fourth-place finishes, those are great finishes. I'd be happy with 2 fourth-place finishes.
Oh, absolutely, which is why I worded it so delicately, because for most riders, a 4th-place finish is a great night. But for Jared Mees, it just discouraging, to say the least.
I don't know what it is about Daytona, but the legend in our sport, Scott Parker, never won at Daytona, struggled down there quite a bit. Jared's doing the same thing, so I don't know if it's just a coincidence or, Daytona is usually a pretty wild, and the track changes a lot, which you would think Jared would be just fine. And he's got, Kenny Tolbert, he's got Jimmy Wood, he's got all kinds of people in his corner. You wouldn't think that he would struggle down there, but, struggling for him is 4th, but
he seems to be back on track here at a car track at a 3/8 mile. I mean, his wheelhouse 100%, but also impressive. Breyer Bauman right there in second, only 0.2 of a second off of Jared Mees there. And Breyer, they did some testing this week. You know, prior to the season, they didn't have a whole lot of time on that KTM Duke, but after a few test sessions, he is feeling much better on this bike. And he even said, this bike is surprising me. He said, with how much it can do, and we're just, barely grazing the surface with what we know about this bike. So with every week, they're going to continue to get better and better. Let's take I think we were taking a second look at Brandon Robinson there. Maybe not.
Maybe not. That was group number 1. This is their second round of practice. The Super Twins get 2 rounds of practice. There is the back straightaway where they into the racetrack. There are 2 groups of Super Twins, 21 total bikes. Only 18 bikes will make it into the main event. Possibly 19 with one rider using a provisional start, which could or could not happen. We'll see how that goes. Group number 2 is on the track. 34 is Cameron Smith. 109, Billy Ross. 22 is the mower. That's Mitch Harvitt. 223, Jeffrey Lowry. The 77, Jordan Harris. 94, Ryan Wells. 61, Casey Sisko on that bar motorcycle. 90 is Brandon Newman. 33, Jesse Janish. And the 47 is Michael Hill. Also, while the number 77 is out there, that is Jordan Harris. He's on that RV 68, the Ryan Barnes Foundation. They're still looking for people to sign up. They're gonna help somebody get through college to keep the Ryan Barnes name going. Ryan Barnes did graduate from Penn State, and we lost him too soon, but they're gonna keep that name out there. If you want to join, if you're a racer out there, get your entries in. rvfoundation.org. They're gonna help somebody go to college.
That is, still heart-wrenching for the family, but it is so cool that they are keeping his legacy alive here.
34, Cameron Smith. Watching through the leaderboard, he's back in the 14th spot right now. Fastest bike on the track is the 47. That's the missile, Michael Hill. He's on the McGrain Racing Kawasaki. So McGrains are here, and they're at the ice race up there in Geneva, Illinois. The championship is determined tonight. So Logan McGrain's not here, but Logan's grandpa is here, and they got the 47 on their twin out here tonight. That's Michael Hill.
Jesse Janish. Who are you? Welcome to the party, Jesse Janish, moving it up to 4th.
All right.
On that Wally Brown Racing KTM Duke, their first time out on track with that bike. Wow.
So the 33 fastest on the racetrack right now, 18.140. We're watching Cameron Smith getting dialed in, and I think Cameron's going to go good here at this racetrack. This is a track very similar to Pennsylvania racetrack. I think it's Pathway, I think is what they call it up there in Pennsylvania. So it's a very similar shape, so it should help a lot of the Pennsylvania riders. Cameron's looking down, and
he's always been very good at the car tracks.
It looked like he was really jamming on that brake, like maybe he doesn't have any brakes, and he's going really slow right now. He's off the pace, and he's pulling out of the way, but he was hitting.
He's still trying to tap it.
Yeah, that side, he was looking at the left side, but the right side. There we go, back to Janish on the 33. White flag is out. He goes by the 94 of Ryan Wells, who's on the Royal Enfield team now this season. Look at Jesse really slide his weight over that rear wheel, Chris, and that puts the weight on that rear tire, gets you as much traction as you can.
He looks so comfortable on that bike, but remember, you mentioned that this clay could come up and grab your foot here. They're not going to be using the steel shoe as much. It is his left ACL that was torn in a motorcycling incident 7 weeks prior to the start of the season. So inside leg there.
And he does have some road racing in his background, so we'll see if that continues to be a factor throughout the night. But is Meese quickest here in this second round of practice, 17.853 for the jammer, Jared Meese. 8 championships under his belt. He's looking for his 9th championship.
To tie
Scott Parker.
The all-time Scott Parker.
Taking a look at the racetrack. That's your puppies?
My puppies. My mom sent me a picture of the puppers.
Well, how many do you have in the house right now is what I want to know.
I'm not telling people. They'll think I'm a crazy lady. Guys, we foster dogs. I don't hoard them. But yeah, exciting racing here at the Senoia Short Track, which I might pop out of the booth for a little bit. I would actually love to go down and check out what's going on under the 44 tent and get a few notes on that and see how he's doing. So I am going to pop out of here. I just kept the seat warm for the voice of racing, Ralph Shaheen.
Ralph Shaheen will be here just a little bit. All right, so Kristen's going to step out. We're going to take a quick break, get some commercials taken care of, and we get back to it on the racetrack. Up next, we have Parts Limited AFT Singles qualifying round number 1. Singles qualifying up next here at the Senoia Atlanta area Short Track.
on Saturday, April 1st. The world's premier dirt track motorcycle racing returns to Arizona Bike Week.
We got a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona.
Super Twins main event. Who's going to win it?
Meet your favorite riders. Feel the adrenaline rush. This is Progressive American Flat Track, the Arizona Super TT on Saturday, April 1st. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
The loyal
Riders, let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Rev up those taste buds with Mission Foods, a proud sponsor of AFT Super Twins. Mission Foods has mouth-watering snacks and easy-to-make recipes to fuel your race day. Now that's too fast, too tasty. Whether amateur or pro, VP has a motorcycle fuel to make more power. Keep your race bike cool with Stay Frosty Race Ready Coolant and high-performance formula for your street bike. Learn more at vpracingfuels.com. Kicker Performance Audio is your fuel for living loud and a proud sponsor of American Flat Track, the original extreme sport. Now in our 50th year, Kicker has been the world leader in audio gear for cars, trucks, motorcycles, and America's roads. Kicker Audio is living loud. Lincoln Welders is the official welder of American Flat Track Racing. When it comes to welding, cutting equipment, and safety apparel, Lincoln Electric is the choice. Go to LincolnElectric.com for all your welding, cutting, and safety apparel needs. And remember to hashtag WeldRed with all your projects. 2 short years ago, Honda released the Rebel 1100, and for 2023, they're introducing the all-new Rebel 1100T, equipped with a large, color-matched handlebar-mounted fairing and 35 liters of lockable storage. It's built for the open road. The standard and bagger models both start with a powerful twin-cylinder engine, so they sound as aggressive as they look. Head to a dealer to see the 2023 Honda Rebel 1100 and 1100T.
Memphis Shades brings you a whole new level of style when it comes to motorcycle windshields and fairings. The quality, style, and selection set these products apart from the pack. Memphis Shades designs and builds all windshields, fairings, and hardware in-house. Raw materials in, finished goods out. Made in Memphis. Style that works.
Sideburn is the world's finest Go Fast, Turn Left magazine. It's available to buy at Progressive AFT's Marketplace and is the official magazine of Progressive American Flat Track. For more information, visit sideburnmagazine.com. SolarFit, America's solar team, is a proud sponsor of American Flat Track Racing. Get your complimentary solar analysis today at AmericanFlatTrack.com/SolarFit. And let the sun power your home or business for free.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
And welcome back to the Yamaha Senoia Short Track just south of Atlanta. Here's a look at the beautiful facility. It's a really neat racetrack, and here's the drone footage. It's going into turn number 1. You can see the banking of the corner. The lines have started to form. There's a high line right now, and there's a lower line. The drone's going down real low to check out the low line coming off this corner. It's a gray racing dirt out here. I'm taking down the back straightaway. He's running the very low line down the back chute. The bikes will be up against the wall, and here comes the water truck. Putting some more moisture down on this racetrack. Hopefully the drone takes a little lift right here. A good look at the Senoia Speedway. I'm Scotty Dubler up here in the booth now. Joining me is Ralph Shaheen. Ralph, what do you think about what's going on so far?
Well, I think everybody's pretty happy with the racetrack. I think everybody is expecting this to be a pretty fun night of racing. When you talk to everybody, they're like, yeah, this place looks pretty racy. We should really be able to put on a good show, and I think we're all getting excited for that.
And that drone footage was from earlier this afternoon, so that's why you don't see the water truck out there right now. They're actually working on turns 1 and 2. It is breaking up just a little bit on the very inside of the racetrack, so they'll make adjustments to the racetrack. It's the first time here for us. Normally they race cars here.
They do. A lot of dirt late model racing here. They've run flat track here in the past, from what I understand, but only amateur stuff. They've never had a pro tour here. So first time for this here at the Pollard family facility.
They brought out the big heavy equipment to help pack it in.
Has your Harley rake been out there all day?
The Harley rake was out here earlier today. They scuff up the racetrack, and then they put moisture on it, and then they packed it back in. So that Harley rake was out earlier, but it looks like they're trying to fill in a little bit of the bumps that are starting to form down here in the bottom line, and we'll see the track continue to change throughout the evening. And what I heard from last night, Ralph, is that when the sun goes down, the moisture came up. It did make it a little bit slick, but also some of the riders said it made it for more traction. So it depends on who you talk to and what time of the evening you actually ran your main event.
Yeah, not surprised to hear that.
Look at this beautiful facility up high. There's a pond outside of turn number 3. There's also a pond behind the grandstands.
Pond and a pool, and I think the pond would be good for you.
You think I need to go take a swim?
Oh, you're not a movie guy. I forgot. Never saw Caddyshack, did you?
Man, that's been a long time ago.
Never mind.
Okay.
And another little dirt track off in the corner there.
Yeah, that's
maybe
about,
a little go-kart racing.
That's about our speed over there.
Not sure what that is in the far left over there, but it looks like we do a little road course.
Yeah. All right, we'll have to explore that later on.
A little rental car racing later.
They put me in a big truck.
Well, with your truck, it'd be a little monster truck show. Here's Cody Cobb taking us for a ride. Let's see what the reigning champ thinks of this place here.
Earlier in our last round of practice for the AFT Singles, that's the champ out there, and also our points leader right now.
Right through the center.
Going up to the very edge right here. This is the Insta360 camera. It's funny how some of the stuff disappears. Like, you can't see the throttle cable right now, but you can definitely see the look in his face. Look how far ahead he's looking, Ralph, with his eyes right now. Really sliding in the corners, going up the racetrack, then kind of squaring it off just a little bit. Track looks pretty smooth for a car racetrack. Typically, when you go to a race car track, it's rougher, but they've got this thing packed in really tight right now.
Yeah, it's all about your dirt farming skills, right?
I like that.
Bubba Pollard and his crew here, his family started this place back in 1969, ran it for years, then sold it, and then Bubba ended up buying it back, and he runs it. Of course, if you follow pavement stock car racing, especially super late models around the country, you certainly know the name Bubba Pollard. Talk about big events like the Snowball Derby or Slinger Nationals, events like that. Bubba's name is all over the big trophies when it comes to super late model racing.
Dirt and pavement.
Yeah, dirt late model racing as well. Big name in the super late models right now. There's a lot going on in that group. So.
And he is also our Grand Marshal for today's event.
Yeah.
He'll be at opening ceremonies in just a little bit. Earlier today, he was out there in one of the track equipment vehicles.
Yeah, well, Bubba's one of those guys that a lot of people thought from all of his success that maybe he would have a crack to make his way all the way up into big-time stock car racing and running in the Cup Series. Just those doors haven't completely opened up the way that a lot of people thought they might for him.
What I noticed about this onboard is Cody's using a lot of body English, really leaning that bike way over, and is all over the motorcycle a little bit. I think more at Daytona, since it's so flat.
You set up more?
You set up more straight. Here, you really lean into it because the banking of the corner.
Well, we have proven time and time again you're not a movie guy. Are you a TV show guy?
Not so much.
So you're not into The Walking Dead at all?
Never.
Because if you are into The Walking Dead, what you see out there is pretty much the backdrop for that TV series. They shot a lot of it right here in Senoia. It's been shot all around this area. So, in fact, I was told earlier today that in the town of Senoia, there's actually a huge set that was used for the series, very, very popular series, and I never watched it myself, so I can't really tell you much about it. But they said the way they built it knowing that at some point they would be done. So what do we do with it when it's over? Well, it was already designed so that the houses that were used could be converted into real modern houses, and people could just move right in. So there's people here in the Senoia area actually living in houses that were part of the set for that very successful TV series.
I think that would be very cool.
Living in a zombie house?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Exactly.
There's our production truck right there next to that group of trees down there.
That's
next to that white building.
That's our little office now. The
Yeah,
front
our
of the
booth.
semi. I'm going with the front of the semi.
Are we in the?
We're in the front.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. Actually, the way the truck would go down the road.
Yeah.
We're in the front.
But the big stuff happens at the other end.
Yeah, the talent, as they say, is at the other end of the truck.
Yeah. The other end of the truck's not even listening to us right
No,
now. They said they're
no.
too busy fighting Fowers. All right, so they said they're.
There we
it is.
are.
There we are in the front of the semi.
In the front of the semi, yep.
Yep.
Or the
No,
back, depending on.
It's the front.
I like your point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was cold in here down in Florida.
It was freezing in here.
We brought jackets.
Yeah,
this
just
time.
in case.
Just in case. Yeah. I mean, it's nice. It's beautiful outside. What is it? 68 degrees right now.
It is a gorgeous day out there right now,
Yeah.
and fingers crossed it stays that way all day. And if you're anywhere near Atlanta,
Get on down here.
come on.
Tickets
We got
still
time
available.
for races. Yep, plenty. Be a good night of racing.
Gonna be a lot going on here in a little bit. So the track prep is finished up for the moment. I hear the bikes firing back up. On the docket next is Parts Unlimited AFT Singles, sponsored by Kicker. This will be their first round of qualifying. 3 groups, 36 total bikes. Only 32 will make it into the night show. So
Did you get a chance to walk around to the front grandstand
I've not
section?
been around the other
I didn't get a
side.
chance to do that either. I always like walking around a facility, kind of take it in from every angle.
Look at this. Cody Kopp's going to go at the very back of the pack on the number 1. So is Dalton Gauthier on the 79. Wants to have some clean real estate. Also, probably doesn't want to show his competitors where he's running. This is group number 1, AFT Singles. Ralph, the times were in that first round of practice were almost identical for Dallas Daniels and for Trent Lowe. 17.874 and 17.764. So almost identical. I think it'll be that way all night long.
Do you? You don't think they'll separate?
It could, depending on what happens to the track. If the track gets faster and there's more traction, maybe the twins will start hooking up a little bit better, but I think they've got so much horsepower that they have some wheel spin, so I think there's less wheel spin in the singles class. They can drive off the corners easier, so it's really, really close. 18, Maxwell had a...
Boy, he needs a little bit of momentum this weekend, doesn't he?
He needs a little bit of luck. I think he had a couple of, came off the bike a couple different times and just fought with that first night. And things got better the second night as Chase Sadoff goes on by on the number 88 with his new number. Last year he was 106. This year in his sophomore season he's on the 88 Turner Honda.
Just spending the whole night in the saddle would be a good step for Maxwell,
Yes,
wouldn't it?
yes, exactly. And not riding the last chance qualifier, getting a better starting spot in the main event,
He's running an 18.041 right now.
Dalton Gauthier goes to the top spot. The D&D Cycles 17.951.
There goes
Just
Trent
as we say
Lowe.
that, here comes Trent. Side-by-side battle going into Tournament 3. That's Trevor Bruner around the very bottom of the racetrack. They got the white painted stripes down there. That's just to let you know we're pretty much where they stop prepping the racetrack.
And that bottom, that part down there below that white is really pretty flat down there.
It is, but it also, all the moisture runs down to
Yes,
there. So there
of
could be
course.
more moisture down there later on. Right now it looks like it's pretty dry down there, but he's the only one trying it. So the white flag comes out from Big P, our flag man from California.
But once you get up into that banking, it starts to go up pretty quick.
Yes, I like this bank track. 3 groups. here of the singles riders. Here comes Bruner, still working that bottom line, trying to come by the 88 of Sadoff, not able to make it happen. Checker flag is out. Quick rundown. Trent Lowe, Tom Drain, the Australian, is up to second. Dalton Gauthier goes back one spot to third. Chase Sadoff on the 88, fourth. Trevor Bruner on the 21. Run that bottom line. He's still fifth place. So if that bottom line comes in, you know, Chris Carr calls that the mini bike line because it's the shortest way around. But, you know, it could be the faster way later on. I think it takes a lot, though, to slow down to go down to that low line, though.
Yeah, in the sprint car world, they call that the catfish line down there in the bottom.
Bottom feeders.
Bottom feeders.
There you go. I like it. Group 2 is set to come out next. Hunter Bauer, the Canadian champ's on the 24. Cole Zabala is on that 51. Travis Pettin is on the 82. Dan Bromley, 62. Aiden Roos Evans, 26. Clark Morian, he's our leading Rookie of the Year contender on the 133. Tanner Dean's on that 38. Jordan Jeans on the 56. Jared Lowe, the 63. Taryn Santero, 75. Shayna Texter Bauman is on the 52. And Declan Bender, a new pro rider, on that 216 bike. Bauer has some help from L&R Racing and Martin Trucking this weekend. Again, helping him out down at Daytona. And going to help him out again here this weekend. We take a look through the field. Green flag is out. There goes Shayna Texter Bauman on the 52.
Yeah, I spoke with Shayna earlier today, and she was telling me they went got a little testing in this week. Spent a day down in Florida testing on Thursday this week. Oh, one rider down here.
It looks like Jared Lowe. No, it's Taryn Santero.
Yep.
And that bike is right in the wrong spot, so the red flag comes out. You can see his airbag suit has deployed. You see right where that bike is, you can see how it's breaking up just a little bit, and that's possibly what caused that rear end to step out. Actually, I don't know if it's breaking up as much as it's, you know, some dirt clods on top of there because it's a little bit darker. That's a little bit wetter dirt.
Just to finish off what I was saying about Shayna, she said they spent a day testing on Thursday and said it was really more beneficial for Breyer than for her. Let's take a look at the replay here. Yeah, it started to step out on about mid-corner.
And just hung on to it. Take one more look at it.
At least it was his low side.
Yeah.
He's up and okay.
Yeah, and, you know, he got up and got out of the way just to make sure he doesn't get ran over by anybody else coming, but that bike, unfortunately, was right in that racing line, so that's why the red flag came out. Taryn Santero making the switch over to Hondas. I remember him most of his amateur career on Kawasaki's. California rider. I got a little side note. Scotty Parker did win Daytona the same year Dale Earnhardt won Daytona. So I always thought that he never won down there. Could have been 21. 01? 2001?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 01, yeah. I knew there was a 1 in there.
But he said tell us hi in the booth, and he's painting his house right now. So.
Scotty is?
Yeah, Scott Parker.
Oh. He's give us a woo?
I don't know. I would like to.
Could he text us a woo?
I don't know. Maybe so. Shane Texter Bauman right there on the 52 on the screen. She was in a transfer spot the first day down at Daytona and had a little electrical issue on that motorcycle, and they got that thing sorted out for the second night.
Yeah, we talked about that this afternoon as well, and she said, you know, the good thing about a technical thing is, you know, when it's a mechanical like that, you know you can fix it, and you know you can solve that problem and move on. You don't have to worry about it hanging over your head. So they put that one behind them.
And, you know, brand new bikes, they're going to have little gremlins like
43
that.
days is all they had from a, hey, let's go do this, to we're on the track in Daytona. It's 43 days.
Not much time to do anything. 48, still at the top spot from practice and into qualifying round number 1. Trent Lowe, 17.869. That is what everybody is gunning for right now. 21, Bruner is up there in 5th. He was in that first group. Shayna Texter Bauman in 14th right now. That's who our camera is following, the 52 bike. She's at a 1:8.235, so just about 0.4 of a second off of the leader's pace as we go up to the 38 of Tanner Dean, and to the 62 of Dan Bromley. 62 is currently 16th, now up to 12th. Just as I say that, Tanner Dean still running that bottom line on that 38. He is 14th quick so far. Terrence Santero, the rider that fell off, is credited right now with 23rd. And remember, fastest 32 make it out of qualifying, but only one rider will pick up that Pronto Parts Plus Pole Award for having quick time overall. Let's see who that'll be some extra money.
Some real good extra money. Just ask Cody Kopp.
He got 2 of them. $500 each class, each race. Jordan G on the 56. I talked to those folks earlier. He's riding one of Brad Baker's motorcycles last weekend. Both of his bikes were finally completed, and they're here, so he's on both of his bikes. But I did see Brad Baker stopping by, so he's still supporting the 56 of Jordan G. Group number 2 takes the checkered flags. In our Parts Limited AFT Singles, sponsored by Kicker. One more group to go here in this first round of qualifying for your singles. And then the Hooligans will be coming out for their qualifying session. They get 1 qualifying session and then 2 heat races. They'll enter.
I like that idea.
Yeah, yeah. Enter and exit the racetrack. All of the classes are halfway down that back straightaway. Up next, group number 3, 106 Reese Podorf, 55 Tyler Raggio, 117 Landon Smith, 149 is Tragan Birdsong, Kansas rider, 157 Ian Wolf, 112 Aiden Brown, 195 Clayton Williams, 270 is Jess Reynolds, she's from Pennsylvania, 155 Olin Kistler, all the way from the West Coast, 121 Jacob Cassio, 99 Kevin Stallings, and the 176 Jacob Walter from Wisconsin.
Headed west next week. Phoenix, here we come.
Hopefully for some warm weather.
Oh, it'll be warm, hopefully dry.
Yeah, I hope so. Oh,
even Phoenix has had...
Raggio has
we got a red flag
out already.
Even Phoenix and Vegas have had a lot of wet weather this year.
Uncharacteristic. It looks like they're heading over to turn number 2.
Yeah.
Turn 2 is where everybody's headed. And that's about the same spot where Robinson went down. There's a 195 is the bike that's down. Clayton Williams up. The bike is up against the back straightaway wall. He is moving around a little bit right now, so they're getting our down rider checked out. There he is. He raced with us a couple years ago and then took a year or 2 off to get things sorted out, and now he's back with us here at American Flat Track. He's a West Coast rider. We do have that traveling doctor that's going to all the races with us, and he's usually one of the first guys that are there, and it's good to have a familiar face, for these riders.
You can't comment on that enough as to how positive that is for the riders. When you're in a situation where you've had an incident and the face that looks down at you is somebody you recognize that you trust.
Right.
It's a scary moment. Even if it's not a big deal, it's scary, right? You've been out there on the racetrack going as hard as you can, and all of a sudden you're on the ground. To have that familiar face there to say everything's going to be okay, I got you, is so important.
Yeah, and he's a trauma doctor, so he's used to trained for exactly this spot right here, exactly what's going on. It looks like
and there's something else to that too, Scotty. If you know about Dr. Trammell and Dr. Olvey, who worked on the IndyCar Tour, Terry Trammell, Stephen Olvey, really developed so much of all of that. There are things that happen in racing when it comes to trauma-type situations that are so different than what the average person will experience, right? Because of the conditions of how those incidents take place. So for those doctors to know what to look for based on something that might have happened to Scotty 2 years ago on the racetrack is important as well.
Yeah, so they're ready for, all kinds of incidents, that they get to see on, way too often.
Yeah, it's not good, but
they get used to it and they know how
properly
to respond.
Trained to deal
exactly.
With it, yes.
So it looks like the bike's in that similar spot to exactly where Robinson went down. It looked like I saw where his foot peg dug in, so it looked like he was drifting just a little bit too much and maybe stuck in the ground on his own right there to lay the bike down before he got into those hay bales that were just past the air fence.
Well, the fact he was able to crawl up in there and take a ride back is great to see.
Definitely. So hopefully he just got winded just a little bit, and this is first round of qualifying, so he'll still have one more chance to get qualified in. Trying to look for him here on that leaderboard, and I don't see him with a completed lap.
The line
so
there.
yeah, so no time officially for him yet. Still Trent Lowe at the top spot. Again, this is qualifying. The Fast qualifier overall, pick up the Pronto Parts Plus Pole Award, which will also put you on the pole of the first heat race. Look at the wind blowing, Ralph.
It's picked up, that's for sure.
Our first trip here to Senoia, Georgia. A little bit breezy, but you see how warm it is. 80 degrees at 7. It's going to drop down to 76, and at 8, 73. So cool off as the sun will go down. Perfect weather for some racing.
Perfect night to sit in those grandstands and enjoy some.
Let's go.
American flat track. And yeah, Kristen can handle this.
Yeah,
right? She
exactly.
can do this.
She can sit up here.
She's got it.
She's got it. Again, the open paddock area is scheduled from 6:10 until 6:55. Again, that'll be depending on where we're at on the racing action on the racetrack. Of course, that comes first. But if we don't get the paddock open, you can go to the pits after the races are over and meet your favorite rider. And
now, I knew about Senoia, but I'd never been here. If you're like me and you've been in the Atlanta area, but maybe haven't been here, we are, what would you say, Scotty, about 45 minutes, half an hour south of the Atlanta airport?
I'd say 45 minutes. I didn't come straight.
Depending on the traffic you're dealing with?
I didn't come straight here. I went straight to the hotel and got checked in before I came here yesterday for our meeting.
About another half an hour over to the Atlanta Motor Speedway, if you're familiar with that, if you've been to the races over there. And maybe more like an hour south of downtown Atlanta.
Yeah. I like it.
45 minutes or so.
There's Raggio on the 55. He's on a Yamaha this year. Rode Hondas most of his younger life and amateur life, and just got the ride with Rackley Racing, and they like Yamahas over there for their singles. Tyler Raggio, California rider, lives now in Georgia. There's the 121. He's also trying to make his first national and get rid of that 3-digit number. I talked to his dad earlier today. He says, I'm going to do it tonight.
That's a big deal, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, yeah, definitely. There's the 117, Landon Smith, another brand new pro rider.
How'd you celebrate that?
You know, I got the letter at the end of the season, and I framed it because that was a lifetime dream to get a national number.
Absolutely.
And so I framed that, and I still have it in a frame. It's not on my wall anymore, but it's out in the shop. But, you know, it's a big deal. And luckily, Joe Kopp won the championship when I earned my national number, and so the 43 was available. I was 43G. My grandpa was 43J, and I had national number 43 for about, 01 and 02 before I retired. It started talking.
Well, you were always talking.
Well, yeah, just...
Now people listen.
Now I have a microphone when I talk. That's a good little battle right here. 4 riders duking it out. 121 Casio. Right in the middle of that looks like Jess Reynolds, the 270.
White flag is out. One more lap around, boys.
Right there is the 99 of Stallings. Jess Reynolds is a new pro rider. She's been coming on strong. She's been training a lot with Johnny Lewis down there at the Moto Anatomy camp down in Florida.
That's a good guy to train with.
For sure.
Let's see what Jess does here.
Don't see her on the leaderboard. She is back in 30 seconds, so right now she needs to stay there if she wants to race tonight.
I was hoping she was going to jump up some.
Yeah, they'll have one more chance. So, again, this first round, not that good for her. She's 30 seconds. She needs to pick it up just a little bit. Trent Lowe at the top spot of your AFT Singles qualifying round number 1. Up next, only one round of qualifying for the Hooligans. Grand National Hooligan Championship Series. They run different colored number plates depending on what part of the region they come from. Looks like 2 groups, 24 riders. And I believe they told us 16 riders will make it into the main event. So when they come out, the next time they'll have heat races. But this time is their only chance to get qualified into those heat races. There's Bubba Boswell on the 99, the owner of Boswell Harley-Davidson. 43 is Brolick. 783 is Bronstad. 545 is James. 756 is Johnson. 68 Robert Lewis. Stace Richmond on the 74. Cover is on the 33. Anna Serena's on the 85. Slosser's on the 28. 580 is Reinhardt. The 222, that is Houston. Those are the bikes on the racetrack. Again, this is their qualifying chance to get their lineup for their 2 heat races. Rollick on the 43. Sportster Harley-Davidson. Back end's kind of bouncing around just a little bit. Maybe he needs to stiffen those rear shocks up.
Yeah, it's got to be a little uncomfortable, I would think.
Yeah, because you don't know to let off the throttle
or wick it open.
More throttle. Yeah, it's like, what do you do here?
Hang on.
Yeah, hang on and keep that smile on your face, that's for sure. 783 making the pass on the 99. 783 Lowell Bronstad. Bronstad from Pemberton, Minnesota, so a long ways from home.
Probably enjoying the temperatures today.
Yeah. Here comes the 33 on the move. Sam Cover from Spokane Valley, Washington on a KTM. That's a long ways from home.
That is. He'll like to drive to Castle Rock a lot better.
A little bit closer. Bronstad goes to the top spot. The 783, who we were watching just a second ago, goes to the top position. Robert Lewis on the 68. Robert's from Tarboro, North Carolina.
Yep.
Good for Ron Ayers Motorsports. Yeah. Used to race against Robert a little bit.
Robert did a lot of motorcycle asphalt racing series stuff.
Ooh, one bike going up to the air fence. Yeah. White flag is out.
Did a lot of Mars Series races where Robert was a part of that tour.
You know who's fast at Mars?
I sure do. Winkin' Will Davis.
Will Davis. I heard his son Cole is going to be here a little bit later on tonight.
Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Correct.
That's where Will was from.
Yep. Look at that. They're going 4 wide.
Checkers.
Checkered flag is coming out. They're 2x2 across the finish line.
It would be great to see Cole out here tonight.
Yeah, I believe he is coming. My friend Scotty Taylor talked to him and said Cole and his wife will come on out here and watch some good short track racing.
Remember when Cole was just a baby and Will and Rhonda had Cole out at the races?
So a little follow-up on the colors here for the Grand National Hooligan Championship Series. The blue plates are riders from the Midwest. The yellow plates are riders from the South. The red number plates are riders from the East. And the green are West Coast riders here in the Grand National Hooligan Championship Series.
West Coast, best coast.
That's what you say. I'm from no coast.
No coast, yeah.
Oklahoma. We got a few lakes down there. I guess you can call those coasts. I don't know. Nah. No coast there.
Any beaches on any of those lakes?
Not that I'm aware of. I think we used to go down to Texoma, which was between Texas and Oklahoma, and there are some sandy beaches.
Texoma, you said?
Lake Texoma, yeah. Interesting stat. Almost all of the lakes in Oklahoma are man-made. I don't know why. I wasn't around back then.
Yeah.
Here we go, group number 2.
That is interesting. I didn't know that.
On the racetrack. 49 is Rosine. The 3 is Scott Jones. The 37, racing Jason Griffin. The one-arm bandit out there only has a left arm.
Yeah.
55, Cole King. He was the winner down in Florida. He also took the win last night. 155, Sean Raggio. He was fastest in the first round of practice. 13 is Chris Boone. 71 is Young. 51 is Holmes. The 4 is Alex Childs. The 50 is Van Syok. 23 is Eric Hartley.
Hammer Van Syok, right?
Yeah, it's something.
Yeah, you got to throw the hammer.
And the
Great racing name.
232 is Quail.
We've done favorite racing names before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cole Trickle.
Beaver Dragon.
That's so cool. Looking through the pack, there's the 49. Here comes the 155 Raggio, who's fastest in that first round. See the blue number plate on the 49, West Coast plate.
Wanted to push a little bit there in the corner, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. These heavier bikes will push up the racetrack unless you really woe it down. And, sometimes you got to turn that left, that handlebar hard to the left instead of to the right to really scrub the speed with the front wheel.
And then about mid-corner you start praying, is that right? Catch, baby, catch.
And grab the throttle if it's not working. Oh, here comes Raggio up the inside. The door opened up, and Raggio was close enough to go in there a little bit deeper. Young on the 71 shows his way towards the front.
Raggio's bike looks a little bit more planted too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it's definitely handling a little bit better. He gets off the throttle and then gives a little bit more right here and kind of pushes it, up the inside. Nice clean pass though. No contact was made. The leader just got in a little bit too hot. checkered flag coming out here in this group.
Race time for them next, right?
Yeah, they will have 2 qualifying heat races in a little bit. There's 24 of them. Only 16 will make the main event. There's Jason Griffin. Again, he's the third bike right there. Does not have a right arm, so his clutch and his throttle is on his left hand. Impressive. So Lowell Bronstadt had the quick time out here in this.
Doesn't Mert Lawwell do a lot of work with
prosthetics?
Prosthetics.
He sure does. They actually have a prosthetic race at the Lodi Cycle Bowl the night before the Sacramento Mile. Lots of rubber going down on the racetracks, getting fast. Looks like a lot of fun. Up next should be our Mission Super Twins. Their first round of qualifying is scheduled to be up next.
Kristen, how are things going with Brandon Robinson?
Yeah, as he heads out onto track earlier in the first practice session, he was the first to go down of the riders who hit the track. He was cleared to race. I assume they will be on the backup bike, but I'm actually going to go find that out right now.
Okay.
There's Brandon Robinson back on the racetrack. B-Rob, the Revolver. Brandon Robinson back on the track. 32, Dallas Daniels is out there as well. The 1 of Jared Meese. 3 is Briar Bauman on the KTM. 95, JD Beach on the Yamaha. 67, Davis Fisher. 20, Jared Vanderkoy. 10, Johnny Lewis on the Royal Enfield. 37, Bronson Bauman also on the KTM. 25 is Ben Lau. And the 36, the Flying Tomato on the G&G Yamaha.
Brandon was talking with me earlier today about consistency. He said, you know, that's the thing I really need. He's in a pretty good position. He's fairly healthy right now, right? I mean, everybody comes into the season pretty healthy. It feels like he's got good equipment. He's trained well. He's physically fit. He's fast. Just needs the consistency if he wants to have a shot by the time we get to the end of the year and maybe taking away that #1 plate from Jared.
Jared Meese goes up the racetrack, makes the pass on the 44. Robinson now will have somebody to go after. He'll be able to see where Jared's going a little bit faster than him. Jared goes way up the racetrack by the progressive air fence.
Boy, that was a wide line. My guess was not the one he was planning on.
No, he went in there a little bit too hot. And that's because he made the pass. Daniels done the same thing down here at the other end of the racetrack. And maybe later on that will work, but we got Johnny Lewis to the top spot on the Royal Enfield. 17.984 for the Royal Enfield. Johnny Lewis.
Like it.
I do too. He looked good in Daytona last weekend.
He sure did. This could be a year where we see a variety of guys standing on the top step of the podium. And Briar Bauman puts his KTM in 4th.
The top 4 spots, 4 different brands of bikes. Indian, Royal Enfield, Yamaha, and KTM as the checkered flag comes out.
Wow.
Meese goes to the top spot right there on that next to last lap. 17.967, so the track actually slowing down a little bit. There's a lot more rubber, but it's a little bit slower, so it's a little bit of a slick groove right now. But you got Johnny Lewis in 2nd, JD Beach in 3rd, Briar's in 4th on a, basically a brand new motorcycle for him, and then Brandon Robinson is 5th, the rider that went down earlier. Daniels, Fisher, Lau, Carlisle, Bronson Bauman, and Vanderkoy, your top 11. Up next, group number 2. 34, Cameron Smith's going to lead him out on the Fredericktown Yamaha. 109 is Billy Ross. 22 is Mitch Harvitt. 223 is Jeffrey Lowry. 77, Jordan Harris on the Ryan Barnes Racing Schaefer's Motorsports KTM. 94 is Ryan Wells. 61, Casey Sisko. He's scheduled to be on a KTM. 90 is Brandon Newman. 33, Jesse Janik was really fast in the first 2 rounds of practice. And 47, Michael Hill, the missile on the McGrain Racing Scott Power Sports Kawasaki. There's Billy Ross in the 22 of Harvitt. Harvitt trying the inside, Ross trying the outside. This is Ross's first season in his 3rd race ever on an Indian.
Probably a bit of a learning curve, right?
Definitely. Going up from a production-based motorcycle up to this full-on race bike is definitely a big step. And Ross took the win last year at the Laconia Short Track.
Yep.
His first win in production twins, and caught the eye of Johnny Goad and Russ Briggs and got himself a ride here in the Super Twins class. Janish goes up to 4th on the 33, the Wally Brown Racing KTM. Janish up to 4th.
Good to see Jesse back here on a bike.
Yeah, and Kristen Beat told us earlier he's just 7 weeks off of a torn left ACL, and now Janish goes up to 3rd. Janish in that 3rd spot on the speed charts. We're watching the leaders right now, and looks like Harvick's trying to go beneath those little bumps starting to form in the middle of turn 1. Definitely smoother down there, but not much faster, I don't think. You got to slow down too much, I think, Ralph.
Yeah, it depends on the racetrack and how you have to work it down there, right?
Yes.
You've got to. You're not going to be able to carry the momentum like the guy up top, but it is definitely the shorter distance.
Billy Ross looks pretty smooth on that Indian.
And there might be a bit of a no man's land down there too, Scotty, where, you know, part of the bottom is really good and part of the bottom is just not going to get you anywhere.
Right.
Kristen, it looks like Johnny Lewis has found something at Royal Enfield that really likes this place.
Well, we saw him at Daytona. We expected you to be good on the short track there because you have a history there. But here at the Senoia Short Track, you're also doing well. Are you surprised?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, it's these guys are fast, so it's like every moment you got to take advantage of any opportunity. So getting out on the track and just kind of getting a clear track, and it's good. I'm just trying to roll the thing around and kind of keep the wheels in line, and that's kind of what the bike's doing. It's we're barely getting on the throttle, just easing it and trying to not to spin it up too much. So no, it's a short track, and I love short tracks, but it's I think this year is going to be good, and it's going to be, I think all tracks are going to be pretty good. So I'm excited for the season.
And we are excited to watch you out there. Last time I checked, Johnny Lewis was 2nd on the boards for Super Twins qualifying, guys.
Well, as we were saying, Kristen, it's going to be all about momentum tonight if you're going to ride that upper line, and apparently that's what Johnny is doing. He's nice and smooth on that throttle and making it work. Senoia, Georgia is where we are at for the Yamaha Senoia Georgia Short Track. We'll be right back for more after this. Stay with us.
Progressive American Flat Track Championship season.
Kicker Performance Audio. For almost 50 years, we've been rocking the planet with our world-class product covering everything that drives you, whether in your car, truck, boat, motorcycle, side-by-side, or even on your head. Kicker Performance Audio's passion for bringing you your favorite music like you've never heard it before is what drives us. So wherever you need us, Kicker Performance Audio will be there for you.
Brought to you by Yamaha. On the track, on the trail, or out on the open road. Check out Yamaha's full line of class-defining, adventure-seeking motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles at YamahaMotorsports.com. SBS is the official brake sponsor of Progressive American Flat Track, your single source of brake components for motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs in racing, off-road, and for street use. Try the improved brake performance of the all-new SBS Better Brake Series. Find the brake pads, rotors, and clutch kits that match your bike on SBSBrakes.com. There's a reason why SBS is the preferred choice of street kings and race champions alike. Go ahead. Super 73 is an American lifestyle adventure brand based in Orange County, California, that develops products to help fuse motorcycle heritage with youth culture. Founded in 2016, Super 73 has quickly grown into one of the most recognizable electric vehicle brands in the world with a passionate customer base, including A-list celebrities, professional athletes, and many more. Klotz Synthetic Lubricants is proud to be the official lubricant of American Flat Track and 8-time AFT national champion Jared Meese. Family owned and made in America since 1959, Klotz has built its reputation by answering the call of racers and performance enthusiasts who won't settle for anything less than superior synthetic lubricants. Racers and performance buffs around the world rely on Klotz to get them to the checkered flag. Order today at klotzlube.com.
Okay, guys, we are back here at the Senoia Short Track with JD Beach and Dallas Daniels. We're going to close this out with some rapid-fire questions. So I want both of you to answer. First thing that comes to your mind, no long answers, one-word answers. Got it?
Got it.
Are you guys ready for this? Okay. Scale of 1 to 10, how good are you at keeping secrets?
10.
First celebrity crush?
Jennifer Aniston. JD Beach.
Morning or nighttime?
Nighttime for me. Morning.
That I could have said.
But JD is old.
What time does JD go to bed?
7:30.
No.
We all go to bed at the same time. I just like getting up. No, he just
If you could travel back in time, what period would you go to?
The 90s, for sure.
We were alive in the 90s.
I would like to race in the 90s, though.
Okay. Against, like, who would have been there? Like, B. Smith, Jared?
No, like before them. Like,
no, that'd be like
Scotty Parker.
Yeah, like Parker, Carr, road racing, because it was big then, too. So, like, I'd like to do both back then.
I'd like to watch Supercross in the 90s.
That was the golden era. I would agree with you. Place you most want to travel to? Like, if you could choose a dream destination for an AFT race, where would it be?
JD's been a lot of cool places, so he probably has a good one.
I would love to go back to Europe. I've been there, but I love Europe, and it'd be really cool to have a race there.
I want to go to Rossi's, or somewhere in Italy.
For the pizza?
No, like, just seems like beautiful countryside over there.
One of these days. Favorite junk food?
Reese's or ice cream?
I like some ice cream. Probably cake for me.
Just straight cake? Like, what kind of cake?
I don't know, just anything.
You just like cake?
Yeah, vanilla cake. I don't know.
I haven't heard of, like, someone be like, I like cake in a long time. Like favorite season?
Race season.
Oh. Good one.
I probably do like that. What is that? Fall, like September or August to, like, November. It's like prime time moto riding. You put, like, a sweatshirt on, and it's like 60s,
Oh, like that
55s.
sounds like a Taylor Swift song.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite inspirational quote? Is that too deep for y'all?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do, but JD's actually came up with some good ones himself.
T-Bone Bruner?
No, that was all Dallas. No, mine's you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mine is in my Instagram bio. It's a Steve McQueen quote.
So visit at Dallas Daniels for that quote.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve McQueen.
Say a word in Spanish.
Puta.
I don't know how you top that.
Mierda.
Te amo mucho.
Is double dipping at a party ever acceptable? Yes or no? Like, you take a bite of your chip and dip, speaking of in the mission tent.
Yeah.
If I don't see it, I don't care.
If you don't, but if you see it, there's gonna be an
Depends
issue.
on how much double dipping you're doing. Like, is this dude got his mouth in there? It's like he just kind of like biting in, and then he does a quick dip, and like, you know.
Have you ever worn socks with sandals?
Ew, no. What's wrong with you?
No.
Disgrace
Who would
to
on your
society.
team?
Who would on the team? Probably the Aussie. He doesn't even know you're not
TD,
supposed
Tom
to.
Drain.
Yeah.
If you wear socks with sandals, you're a disgrace.
All right. Are women complicated?
What'd you say?
Are women complicated?
Oh my, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all are.
That was a really nice politically correct answer. I was expecting more elaboration. Do you guys know how to dance?
I do.
I don't.
That is not something. Okay, final question for this fast round. Favorite numbers?
95 and 1.
32 and 69.
All right, guys, that is Rapid Fire with JD Beach and Dallas Daniels. Good job.
KTM.
ready to race.
Once again, for the 2023 season, all Progressive American Flat Track classes are running the race-proven DT4 tire from Dunlop. Designed for pro and amateur riders alike, the DT4 has multiple compound options, an aggressive tread pattern, and can be run tubeless for greater overall performance. Dunlop, the official tire of Progressive American Flat Track. Whether amateur or pro, VP has a motorcycle fuel to make more power. Keep your race bike cool with Stay Frosty Race Ready Coolant and high performance formula for your street bike. Learn more at vpracingfuels.com.
Everything we do at the track shapes what we build for the street and the dirt.
You can see how bad these guys want it. A race to the line.
For us, racing is not for the trophies or the glory. We compete because it makes everything we do faster, more durable, and tested to a higher standard. For S&S, racing is the ultimate in proven performance, and we've been proving it since 1958.
DCT is an automatic transmission. You heard right. The Honda DCT is a fully automatic transmission. For a motorcycle, it'll shift faster than you can, at the right time, right speed, and right RPM. And when you want to shift for yourself, use paddle shifters mounted on the left handlebar. Take a DCT demo on a new Honda Africa Twin and other available models. Schedule your DCT demo right now at Al Lamb's Dallas Honda.
Welcome back to the American Flat Track Series on Fans' Choice. The singles class is back on track. Dalton Gauthier leading them to the green for this qualifying session. Now, guys, for everyone at home who has not had a good perspective of this track yet, let me give it to you. This is 11 degrees of banking on the front stretch in the corners. We're looking at 18 degrees of banking. Now, for the riders right now on track, they're able to build off the momentum, but during the race, they're going to have to start on this banked front stretch. So a lot of exciting action to watch and some interesting strategy that will come into play tonight.
Thanks, Kristen. That's good stuff for sure. The start is so important, especially on a short track, and we'll see how that banking comes into play when they start off the starting lines when we get into our qualifying heat races a little bit later on. On the track right now, first round, actually second round of qualifying for your Parts Unlimited AFT Singles. Second round is on the racetrack. Dalton Gauthier out in front. Maxwell has the quickest time so far at 1:8.141. That just changes. Two more riders go faster than him. Dalton Gauthier to the top spot, 1:8.118. Just as I say that, they're getting faster. Every bike that goes by. Maxwell to the top spot, 1:8.089 for the Australian. The wonder from down under, the killer whale. Trent Lowe goes to the top spot. Man, it's just about every motorcycle that goes by goes to the top spot. And you can see right there, Cody Copper on the very bottom of the racetrack, trying something new. Sadoff goes up the racetrack. Where is Tom Drain at? The Australian way back in 10th. He was quick early, but maybe made some wrong changes to his motorcycle. He's back in the 10th position. Trent Lowe still at the top spot. He was fastest in the first round of practice, fastest in the first round of qualifying, and right now, fastest in the second round of qualifying. So Trent Lowe, trying not to be my sleeper anymore. He wants to win his first AFT Singles main event. There's a look at Bruner and James Ott going at it back and forth. Yamaha versus Husqvarna. Checkered flag is out here in group number one. Trent Lowe still at the top spot, 1:7.990. I think it's slowing down just a little bit, but there's a lot of rubber down, Ralph. But the riders I just talked to said the rubber's down, but the rubber is actually a little bit slick.
Yeah, it's a little unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, I would have thought
it's not what you would expect.
Yeah, exactly. Totally the opposite. I would have thought it'd been a little bit faster with that more rubber being down on the racetrack. 17.900. Again, they take the fastest time from the first round or the second round, whichever one is the fastest, and that's how they get qualified to pick up that Pronto Parts Plus Pole Award. That's $500 up for grabs, and right now it's Trent Lowe. He started trying to put his name on that check. We'll see if he can hang on to his group number 2, rolls on to the racetrack. Hunter Bauer, the 24. 51 is Zabala. 82 is Pettin. 62, Dan Bromley. 26 is Roos Evans. 133, Clark Morian, the Nikki Hayden Horizon Award winner last year at the Flat Track Grand Championships. 38, Tanner Dean. 56, Jordan Jean. 63, that's Jared Lowe. 75, Terrence Santero. 52, Shayna Texter Bauman. And the 216, that's Declan Bender. Bikes on the racetrack. Second round of qualifying. Hunter Bauer, the 24 right there. So we know the 48 Trent Lowe is fastest in the first round. Hunter Bauer goes up to third right now, 1:8.043. Third quick for the 24 as we take a look back. There's Travis Pettin on the 82. Had himself a good Daytona going, then kind of had some bad luck about halfway through night number 1. There's Dan the man, Dan Bromley. Got married in the offseason, has a baby on the way. 62 for Bromley. Trent Lowe's fast time from the first round is a 1:7.869. That might be good enough to hold off everybody else because he's fastest in this one with a 1:7.990. So right now it's Trent Lowe trying to pick up the extra $500. There's Bruce Evans on the 26 and the 52. Shayna Texter Bauman up to 4th place on the KTM. Shayna likes the car tracks. There goes Zabala on the 51. He's currently down in the 13th spot right now in the Big R Racing Honda. Sadoff in 5th on the 88. White flag is out. There's Shayna Texter Bauman right now.
Every reason to believe she's going to get this all figured out and be a threat before the year is done, right?
I think it could come sooner than that. She should be up front today. It's going to be hard for her to get a start because of her height. But if she can get that thing going, she'll pass a lot of people as the checkered flag comes out. And she's 4th. So, again, brand new bike, new team, got thrown together. Took them 43 days, or they found out in 43 days they're racing.
From the day they found out to race day in Daytona race number 1, 43 days total.
Impressive. And she is the team manager. Jake Johnson, of course, is the rider coach and mechanic down there on that single. The 52. Up next, group number 3. Last round of qualifying for your Parts Unlimited AFT Singles sponsored by Kicker. The 106 Reese Podorf. 55 Tyler Raggio. 117 Landon Smith, which is Dalton Gautier's teammate. 149 is Tragan Birdsong. 157 Ian Wolf. 112 is Aiden Brown from Walton, Kentucky. 195 Clayton Williams. 270 is Jess Reynolds. 155 Olin Kistler. 121 Jacob Cassio. 99 Kevin Stallings. The 176, that is Jacob Walter. Last round of qualifying. Again, the fastest 32 move on for these riders are done until next weekend. We go to the Arizona Super TT. Birdsong on the bottom, the 149, the 55 Raggio up high. Now Raggio gets back in line, squares him off. Nice pass right there by Raggio. Did you see that, Ralph?
I did, and it's very impressive. Considering that it's supposed to be slick through all that, sure didn't look like it was much of a problem for him.
Not for either one. Oh, Birdsong gets really sideways, so they sets up the pass. Birdsong comes up the inside, going down the back chute, and goes up the racetrack just a little bit. Raggio really jams on the brakes, turns the handlebar, gets it sideways, and then goes down to the bottom of the racetrack, and a nice high-low pass.
And he applied a fair amount of throttle to that thing, and it hooked up pretty good, so...
I think the times might get faster when that sun sets and the moisture comes back up. But right now it's slowing down just a little bit each time they go out, but they're still hauling the mail out there.
They are.
Raggio on the 55. Rackley Racing Yamaha got himself a new ride this year. currently in the 12th position. You take a look at the leaderboard on the left side of the screen. Landon Smith moves up to 15th on the 117. He is in his rookie season from Pensacola, Florida. Almost sounded like Raggio shifted right there, didn't it, Ralph?
It did.
Yeah. I didn't think anybody would be doing that on a little short track like this, but might be the thing to do. Yeah, you just see him shifting right there with his left knee kind of popped out a little bit. Another rookie having a good run so far is Declan Bender. The 216 is up to 13th here in this second round. Bender was in the second group. It's the third group on the track. Final round of qualifying. There's Landon Smith, that Smith kid. That's what they call him down there from Pensacola. Back out front. Yep, he did definitely shifted the bike right there, coming off the corner.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know if anybody else is doing that. I'll keep an eye on that. Landon Smith takes that checker flag, slows it down. And Dalton Gautier's teammate, Robbie Bobby, the crew chief. Take him back to the pit area. So unofficially, Trent Lowe will be our Pronto Parts Plus Fast Qualifier or Pole Award winner, which means Fast Qualifier. He'll be on the pole of heat race number 1. Trent Lowe was fastest in qualifying round 1 and round number 2 today. Up next will be our Hooligans. Time for 2 heat races, or maybe, I believe it's the Mission Super Twins, their final round of qualifying, I believe, next. And then we'll have the 2 the 2 Hooligan heat races. There's Raymond Rizzo, the assistant flagman, is out there. He goes with us to all the races and prays for our riders. And here they come. Super Twins out there for the final time of qualifying. 2 groups, 21 total entries. The fastest 18 riders will make it in. New format this year. We have 2 heat races. We'll take 6 out of there. 1 last chance qualifier. We'll take 6 riders out there. That will make 18 riders into the main. Unless somebody uses a provisional start, that will make 19 into the main event in the Super Twins, and possibly the same format exactly for the AFT Singles class. Dallas Daniels, the 32. 2 wins already this year down at Daytona, and he goes to the top spot here in this second round of qualifying. The time to beat right now is a 17.967. Dallas really going up to the high side of the racetrack, the long way around for the Estenson Yamaha.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of momentum.
I just don't know if that's the quickest way right now, but he's in
Well, it seems to be working pretty good for him.
There's the jammer, Jared Meese, and Brandon Robinson, pair of Indians battling for the top spot. Meese now to the head of the class, 17.959. Robinson currently 5th. Daniel's not giving up on that eye line just yet. He's up there in 5th right now for 18.193. Meese, now Beach up to 2nd.
So you like the bottom?
I don't know about the very bottom. I just think that Dallas is going a little bit too high right now, but it might come in later on when the moisture comes back up. I think it's just too dry up there, but some of the riders told me just a few moments ago that it's a little bit more traction off of the groove. So maybe that's what he's up there trying to find, a little bit more traction. I think the bottom's just way too low. So I think they got to find a happy middle or happy medium.
In the middle, yeah.
I got you. There's Meese on the 1. So far, quick time in this round, 17.959. He was fastest in the first round of qualifying as well to 17.967. So just a little bit off as the checkered flag comes out. Good to see Robinson's doing okay. He's up there 7th quick on the 44. So off the pace a little bit in this second round. But again, he went down pretty hard earlier today and was kind of trapped underneath that motorcycle for a little bit. Breyer way back there in 9th, and Davis Fisher in 10th right now. So
yeah, that's a little surprising.
I really figured Fisher would be closer to the front. Maybe they were trying something different this final round of qualifying, final round to go out there. Fisher 10th out of the 10 bikes that hit the track in that group. Up next, group number 2, final round of qualifying for your Mission Super Twins. Then we'll have 2 Hooligan heat races up next. Raymond Rizzo, the assistant flagman, says, bring him on out. The 34 should lead him out. That's Cameron Smith. 109 is Billy Ross. 22 is Harvitt. 223, Jeffrey Lowry. 77, Jordan Harris. 94 is Ryan Wells. 61, Casey Sisko. The 90s, Brandon Newman. 33, Jesse Janish has been flying all day long on the Wally Brown KTM. And the 47, Michael Hill. Out front, there's Billy the Kid. Billy Ross, 109. Ben Lau on the 25 got up to second on the last lap of that last group. I just now noticed that 1:8.100 for Ben Lau, the Holly Hot Rod. He's got himself a new ride as well, racing for the Rackley team. And there's the 37. He was supposed to be in the first group. He's out here in group number 2. That, of course, is Bronson Bauman.
Here's Jesse Janish on the 33.
Last year's Production Twins champion.
As you watch, is there a rider whose style you like better than another? Just purely as a fan, not even necessarily of the guy as, you know, a racer, but just as a rider. Like I would tell you back in Supercross, I always loved watching Jason Anderson ride.
Right.
I just loved the flow that he had, the way he approached it, the way he attacked it. Just loved watching him ride.
You know, I got to go back to Ronnie Jones. The way he sat on the motorcycle and the style was the same at every kind of racetrack. And I like that.
Classic.
Yeah. And
very classic.
I don't know anybody else that has a distinct style like that right now. I mean, it's so, the game is so different now, but, you know, just the way they ride the motorcycle, I got to go with Morgan Mishler because he rides on the racetrack wherever nobody's at. So I like the way he rides the motorcycle. We'll take a look at the replay. Watch Janish gets a little bit out of control right about here. The back end starts stepping out. That's the horsepower lighting up the rear wheel, and he leaves it on and hanging on to it, sliding over that rear seat.
Pretty good style.
Yeah, that was definitely good style by the 33 Janish. She's up to second, 1:8.063 for JJ 33. First race on this bike for Jesse. They're running a part-time schedule. Checkered flag is out.
Who did you pattern your style after?
Ooh, I don't know. I was so tall, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I had a good style. You know, I don't know. If I was feeling it, laying it really far over in the corners, and just my height though, just I don't know if I had a style similar to anybody.
Gotcha. And question from the truck. Go ahead, caller. Well, I think if you were talking about car racing, yes, you would probably say this is a bit of a bull ring. Usually bull rings are real short.
So the question's coming in actually from Kristen's asking us up here in the booth if we'd consider this a bull ring. Right now, I don't think so. I don't think there's going to be a lot of contact. I think there's the racing surface is wide enough that I wouldn't call it a bull ring. I think a bull ring, I'm thinking elbows hitting each other.
Daytona would have been more of a bull ring, probably.
All right, so the bikes are rolling onto the racetrack. The Hooligans are going to come out for their first heat race. I believe they get one lap under a caution. Kristen, what is the question?
Go ahead, caller.
A little translation issue there. I was wondering what shape you would consider this track. Is it a bowl? Because some riders have said a bowl. Is it an oval? Is it? How are we going to term this track? What is the shape?
Well, I would say jokingly from the front of the back of the truck comes round. Yeah, it's not really D-shaped like a Volusia would be, but the way they're racing it is almost becoming D-shaped. If you see it from high above from our drone shots earlier, you can see the way the line is forming is more D-shaped than traditionally round. They're kind of making it that way, but I don't think the track itself necessarily has a unique shape to it like a Volusia would.
But it is kind of a bowl the way the banking is. So it's kind of a bowl, but it's not quite fully round. It's an oblong bowl.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. So here we go. Heat race number 1. You can see Jason Griffin on the 57 now. I don't have a lineup for this one. We'll call it as we see it. This is qualifying action. Heat race number 1. We'll take the top 8 riders, I believe, going directly to the main event. If you don't finish the top 8, you're done for the day. Grand National Hooligan Championship. Looks like somebody's creeping across the line. That is racing Jason Griffin, the one-armed bandit out there. He's got 23 on his back, but he has a 57 on the number plate, so not his normal bike, and his throttle and his clutch are on the same side. Jason said, come on, let's go. He's on his Triumph Scrambler out there. There's a look at Jason. Beside him is Eric Hartley on the 023. It looks
Somebody
like they're
getting sent back.
putting Robert Lewis to the back, and the 33 is going to the back as well, Sam Covert. So that's going to make it tough. There's Robert Lewis. Yeah, Jason Griffin out there doing it with one arm. He lost his arm when he's about 4 years old. Here we go. Heat race number 1. Hooligans. Clutches are out and they're off. Top 8 to the main. One rider goes up to the first straightaway wall. Here's the battle for the lead in turn number 1.
Lewis went down to the bottom to try to make up some ground down there. Raggio on that 155. Sean Raggio right to the front.
Lowell Bronstad was our fast qualifier. He is right there with them. A battle for first and second. As you see Jason Griffin up there. He goes to the high side in third. It cost him a few spots. And this is a heat race. Top 8 will make the main.
And Lewis, just with that start, worked his way up to 6, so he's in a transfer spot.
From the back row, and that is impressive. Raggio out front. Lowell Bronstad in second. Those two starting to pull away from everybody else. Holmes now in third. Scott Jones is up there in that 4th position on the 3 bike.
Now, when we were watching Raggio during qualifying, he was running a very nice, tight bike. Seemed to really be set up well for the track. Seems to be working pretty good here now, too, Scotty. It doesn't look like they made too many changes and send him in the wrong direction.
What I like about that bike is planted. It's not moving around at all. As we see Robert Lewis trying to get by Jones. That's the battle for third right
Remember,
here.
he was at the tail of the field and then up to 6. Now he's fighting for third.
Robert Lewis on the 68 from Tarboro, North Carolina, to do it for Ron Ayers Motorsports. He's going to the high line trying to get around that rider right in front of him. That's Scott Jones on the 3.
Oh, he's on the inside here going for the move. That's for third. He's got him.
But he goes
wide.
wide.
Coming right back. Back on the inside. Good fight there. Jones makes the pass right back, and Lewis will size him up again going into 3.
Scott Jones from Nashville, Tennessee on the 3. Now we go back out in front. There's Raggio, the 155. Bronstad on the 783. Again, top 8 to the main. Racing Jason Griffin currently in that 5th spot.
Hartley's got the final transfer spot in 8th.
And Alex Childs coming up. He's up to 9th. This is his home track. He's from an hour down the road. Alex Childs on the 4 bike. Checkered flag is out.
And Lewis will end up in 4th from starting dead last.
Impressive ride right there. Heat race number 1. Only 2 heat races and 1 main event for our Grand National Hooligan Championship Series. 51 gets in, and the 23, Eric Hartley. So your transfers are Raggio, Bronstad, Jones, Lewis. Jason Griffin makes the main. Sam Cover, and Charles Holmes. And Eric Hartley puts that Triumph into the main event. Up next, heat race number 2. This will set the field for your Triumph main event. For your Hooligan main event. I said Triumph because I was thinking about Eric Hartley making it in right there on that number 023. Eric Hartley from Spokane Valley, Washington. He rides for Triumph America and Evil Hours Racing. They help get veterans involved in our sport. They do that in the Super Twins class. They also help out in the Hooligan class as well. So it's a pretty cool little deal they got going on.
Great to see Adam Vanderveen here from Triumph tonight.
Taking it in.
Well, he helped put that program together to get.
Nice. Yeah, they went and toured it yesterday or the day before. Yesterday,
yeah, they got a big facility here in town.
Yep. Again, they get 1 lap to check out the racetrack every time they come out. That'll be for all 3 of our classes, and they'll stage them up and go to work. This will be heat race number 2. It looks like the 71 is Josh Young. The 55 is Cole King. 232 is Trevor Quayle. 74, Stace Richmond. Row 2, the 13, Chris Boone. The 49, Ethan Rosine. 222, Joe Houston. 43 is Randy Brolick. 99, Bubba Boswell. The 50, here's Ralph's favorite, Hammer Van Syok. 756, Matt Johnson. 85, Anna Serena on the Royal Enfield. And the 28, Danny Slosser on the Harley-Davidson. So in this one, mostly Harleys, 1 KTM of Cole King, and 1 Royal Enfield of Anna Serena.
Hammer Van Syok is either a perfect racing name, or it should be the name of a villain in a like Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
I wonder if it's his real name or if it's his alias.
Sounds more alien than alias, actually.
No, I like it. There comes Slosser, the last one pulling up to the starting line. He's going way to the back. He must have been late to staging, so that's what happens. You go to the penalty line. It's like being late to school. Start the back. Being in trouble. Here we go. Second heat race of the evening. Watch the Christmas tree. Oh, somebody started moving. And that is the 49, Ethan Rosine. So this is their first time to see, you know, some of these riders' first time to see the lights right here. So Rosine goes way back to the penalty line. Says you got to start right there. So the light changed from red to the first yellow, and he let the clutch out a little bit. And that's all it takes. You cross that laser beam, the light will not change. So Rosine's got his work cut out for him. We saw the 68 Robert Lewis doing that last one. Here we go. Wheels are coming up, 71 to 55. Cole King leads him into the first corner.
King on the 55. Josh Young's on the 71. Right there in second. Here comes a 232. Trevor Quayle.
Cole King took the win last night in the amateurs race in the Hooligan class last night, Grand National Hooligan Championship Series. He also took the win down at Daytona Beach. So Cole King, all the way from Iowa's on fire right now. The 55 doing it for Bell Helmet, Saddleman, Motul. On the sponsor list. Josh Young, the 71, dives in deep on the Harley-Davidson. He's doing it from the shop out in Dayton. Saddleman and Pro Taper. I like the Harley sound out there, Ralph. Sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
Again, top 8 will go to the main event. The rest of them are done for the day.
Hammer Van Syok has the final transfer right now. Joseph Houston's got to get on the gas to get in there. He's one spot out of it.
Leaders kind of sliding in there pretty hot. They're running the low line out here on the Hooligan class. There's the 55. Cole King on that KTM.
These bikes significantly heavier, Scotty. You would think they might slide up that racetrack a little bit more.
Yeah, they're doing an excellent job trying to keep it on the bottom, though. You know, like you said, the catfish line, the bottom feeder line. Times are a little bit off. 1:8.640 is the best lap so far for King, and now he goes up to the racetrack a little bit. He says the night went on last night. It seemed to get faster for him. White flag is out. Looking for the top 8 into the main. Van Syok is out right now, Ralph. Where's your guy at?
Hammer's got to get going.
Better get it picked up the pace.
Here comes the checker, Cole King. First one to the line, first one to the main event out of this group.
Josh Young second. Trevor Quayle is third on the 232.
And Hammer Van Syok is done for the day.
That's no good. Rosine came from the back row up to 6th. Slosser is 7th on the number 28. And Joe Houston gets that last transfer spot on the 222. So that is it for qualifying for our Grand National Hooligan Championship Series. If you're here with us at Senoia, the paddock is open as we take a look at the restart. The 232, the rear wheel really came out underneath them, and the 55 grabbing the whole shot, grabbing gears, taking that first corner, and that was all he needed right there for the 55 of Cole King to take the win. Like I was saying, if you're here with us, the open paddock area is open right about now. It is from 6:10 until 6:55. Opening ceremonies are at 7 o'clock out here. We're at Eastern time zone for you fans that are tuned in on fanschoice.tv. We're glad to have you here as a aerial view of the Senoia Raceway. It's the Yamaha Senoia Short Track. If you're not familiar with Senoia is, it's about 45 minutes south of Atlanta, the Atlanta Airport. Also about an hour south of downtown Atlanta. So again, if you're here with us, open paddock is scheduled from 6:10 until 6:55. So stop by that souvenir stand, the marketplace, get a T-shirt, get something, get autographed.
Yeah, absolutely, because the guys will be ready, the guys and gals will be ready with the Sharpies to sign away.
You got your Sharpie out. I saw you ready. You're ready too, right?
No, well.
Yeah.
No.
You're always ready.
Nobody wants it. All right. Fan walk is open. Time to get into the paddock over there and see all the superstars like this youngster right here, maybe a future racer. And we'll be back for racing a little bit later, but for now, it's time for the fans. Get to spend some time with the racers. We'll be back in a bit.
Saturday, April 22nd, the world's premier dirt track motorcycle racing returns to the Lone Star State.
We're ready to go racing. Massive championship implications here.
Meet your favorite riders. Kickstart your weekend with Progressive American Flat Track. The Mission Dallas Half Mile, presented by Root Systems Dallas at Devil's Bowl Speedway. Get your tickets now at AmericanFlatTrack.com.
Al Lamb's Dallas Honda is proud to sponsor the Singles Challenge. No holds barred, winner takes all dash for cash. The payout? A cool $2,500. Al Lamb's Dallas Honda. Riding red since 1977. DallasHonda.com. Cometic Gasket is the official gasket of American Flat Track. For decades, American Flat Track champions have depended on Cometic to seal their engines. Cometic gaskets are the professional standard for racers who demand the very best. For more information, log on to Cometic.com. Cometic Gasket, sealing champions since 1989. Klotz Synthetic Lubricants is proud to be the official lubricant of American Flat Track and 8-time AFT national champion Jared Meese. Family owned and made in America since 1959, Klotz has built its reputation by answering the call of racers and performance enthusiasts who won't settle for anything less than superior synthetic lubricants. Racers and performance buffs around the world rely on Klotz to get them to the checkered flag. Order today at KlotzLube.com.
Mobile View has been providing state-of-the-art LED video screens to sporting and special events throughout the U.S. and Canada since 1999. We use our vast experience of thousands of events to help guide the process of finding the right size screen to help make your event a memorable experience for your fans and sponsors.